India-Uzbekistan Think Tanks Forum. Despite the challenges posed by the COVID-19, we have succeeded in continuously holding the event for the last 3 years. Unfortunately, some of the participants have been infected and are unable to join us today. We wish them fast recovery and full health. Allow me to brief you about today's program. The program will begin with welcome statements by Ambassador Vijay Thakur Singh, Director General, Indian Council of World Affairs, Ambassador Danyar Kurbanov, Director, Center for International Relations Studies, Tashkent, Ambassador Manish Prabhat, Ambassador of India to Uzbekistan, and Ambassador Dilshad Ahatov, Ambassador of Uzbekistan to India. Then we will have 3 working sessions, which will be followed by a brief concluding session. May I now request DG ICWA to deliver the welcome statement. Thank you, madam.
Good afternoon. It gives me great pleasure to welcome Ambassador Danyar Kurbanov, Ambassador Manish Prabhat, and Ambassador Dilshad Ahatov to this meeting. I also welcome the moderators of the 3 sessions, Ambassador Ashok Sajanhar, Dr. Umid Abid Hajev, and Ambassador Sikantial. I also warmly welcome all participants to the 3rd edition of India-Uzbekistan Think Tank Forum 2022. We thank Ambassador Danyar Kurbanov for working closely with ICWA, which has enabled the holding of this meeting. India-Uzbekistan Think Tank Forums is an evolving but a very effective mechanism for bilateral academic engagement between our 2 countries. It has been meeting regularly even during COVID times. The last forum was held in February 2021, and we are now holding the annual meeting of 2022 also in the virtual format because COVID pandemic persists. Today's meeting is taking place when India's relations with the Central Asian region countries has reached the milestone of 30 years of diplomatic relations. There has been good progress in our ties, and the Central Asian region countries themselves have seen growth and development over the years. The impetus to India-Uzbekistan relationship is provided by our leadership and their regular exchanges and interactions at both bilateral and multilateral levels. The 2 countries are strategic partners since 2011, and in recent years, our relationship has gone from strength to strength following the visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Uzbekistan in 2015 and thereafter in 2016, and the visit of President Shavkat Mirziyoyev to India in 2018 and 2019. All these visits have accelerated our bilateral ties. Uzbekistan held its presidential elections in October 2021, to which experts from India, including from ICWA, were invited as international observers. Some of these experts are participating in today's program. President Modi, while congratulating President Mirziyoyev on his re-election, stated that he was confident that India-Uzbek relations and its strategic partnership will continue to strengthen. Our ties with Uzbekistan are an important element in India's strategic continental overview. We are, however, in the midst of unexpected developments in our region and our neighborhood, and that makes regular consultation between our 2 sides very important for mutual understanding and building trust. The developments in Afghanistan since August last year and the lack of any tangible constructive development there have been a cause of anxiety, not only amongst the Afghans, but also among the people of Central Asia and India. Instability and insecurity in our common bridging space is a cause of great concern for both of us. We are also observing the turn of events in Kazakhstan. India is providing humanitarian assistance to the Afghan people, but we are facing the connectivity challenges. Uzbekistan's role as a neighbor of Afghanistan becomes very important, and India-Uzbek combined efforts in this regard could be very useful. Besides, terrorism, extremism, drug trafficking continue to impact regional peace and stability. Security of cyberspace is becoming much more important with the increasing use of technology in various spheres of life. We must enhance our cooperation to deal with all challenges that are facing us. As practitioners, as well as academicians, we understand the benefits of political, cultural, and economic cooperation. The complementarities in our capabilities need to be fully explored for mutual advantage. India is a large economy and a vast market for Central Asian partners. We look forward to we look at Central Asian republics as friendly nations and want to connect our two peoples. India and Uzbekistan are both undertaking concerted measures to enhance connectivity in the region through various initiatives and mechanisms, including the Trilateral Working Group of India, Uzbekistan, and Iran on the joint use of Chahabar Port, the INSTC, and the agreement on establishment of an international transport and transit corridor known as the Ashgabat Agreement, which India joined in 2018. Further, our cooperation can play an important role in multilateral diplomacy at the regional level. Uzbekistan is the current chair of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and India is the next chair of the organization. The two countries can cooperate to harness the potential of this organization. This forum, India-Uzbek Think Tank Forum, provides us with an opportunity to exchange views on developments in the region, and we look forward to listening to the views and perspectives from Uzbekistan about the current developments in our region and beyond. I thank you very much for your patience, and I'm sure this forum will come up with very constructive ideas that will strengthen our ties. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for this statement. May I now invite Ambassador Danyar Kurbanov, Director, Center for International Relations Studies, to make this statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, dear Ambassador Vijay Thakur Singh, dear ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me thank the Indian Council of World Affairs and the International Institute of Central Asia in Tashkent for organizing the third Uzbekistan-India Think Tanks Forum, which is attended by leading experts from the two countries. Today, under the leadership of His Excellency President Shavkat Mirziyoyev, a large-scale reform program is being implemented in Uzbekistan, and a dynamic foreign policy is being pursued. This year, we are embarking on the implementation of the new Uzbekistan development strategy for 2022 to 2026. Our country is actively promoting the policy of good neighborliness and regional cooperation in Central Asia. India, under the leadership of His Excellency Prime Minister Narendra Modi, within the framework of the Connect Central Asia policy, is moving towards more intensive interaction with the countries of our region in trade, investment, transport, tourism, and other areas. The development of political dialogue and the promotion of mutually beneficial cooperation with India has become an important priority of the foreign policy and foreign economic activity of Uzbekistan. The recent intensification of official contacts at the highest and high levels testifies to the successful development of the strategic partnership between our countries. His Excellency President of Uzbekistan, Shavkat Mirziyoyev, and His Excellency Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, held the virtual meeting in December 2020. External Affairs Minister of India, Jaishankar, took part in the International Conference on the Central and South Asia connectivity last July in Tashkent. Secretary of the Security Council of Uzbekistan, Mahmudov, attended the meeting of secretaries of the Security Councils on Afghanistan in Delhi in November. And Minister of Foreign Affairs of Uzbekistan, Kamilov, took part in the third meeting of the India-Central Asia Ministerial Dialogue in Delhi last December. An important event for our bilateral relations will undoubtedly be the holding of the India-Central Asia Summit, which was planned to be held in Delhi, but due to the pandemic, could be held online. The first India-Central Asia Ministerial Dialogue was held, just to remind, at the initiative of our two countries' leaders in January 2019 in Samarkand, which emphasized Tashkent's active attitude towards the regional cooperation with New Delhi to strengthening the Indian presence in our region and in Eurasia as a whole. The Uzbek side also counts on the active participation of Indian partners in the implementation of plans to promote the regional connectivity of Central and South Asia. In our opinion, India can become a key driver for the development of multifaceted cooperation between the two regions. Dear friends, it is a special honor for me today for the third time to participate in the forum. Our first meeting was hosted by the Indian Council of World Affairs in Delhi in February 2020. It was focused on the key issues of the Uzbek-Indian strategic partnership, cooperation between Central Asian states and India, and assistance to economic reconstruction of Afghanistan. The second meeting, due to pandemic, was held in February 2021 in an online format. It included an exchange of views on the development of bilateral cooperation and the implementation of the Uzbek-Indian Virtual Summit agreements, prospects for the Central and South Asia connectivity, involvement of Afghanistan in regional economic relations, the potential for interaction in international organizations and in multilateral fora. These meetings contributed to the intensification of contacts between our analytical communities, to the deepening of mutual understanding and practical interaction between our countries. Today, we continue our dialogue, focusing on promising and key areas of practical cooperation, including green development and digitalization, expansion of trade and economic relations, building social connections. In closing, let me once again express sincere gratitude to our good partner, the Indian Council of World Affairs, for a valuable part in organizing the third forum and bringing together such an impressive team of Indian think tanks and experts to participate. We are also glad that distinguished experts from the leading Uzbek think tanks and universities are taking part in the event. Let me wish a successful forum, interesting reports, and good proposals for the further development of our bilateral cooperation. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, sir. Now, may I invite Ambassador Manish Prabhat, Ambassador of India to Uzbekistan, to make his statement. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Jafar. Good afternoon to all of you, respected Director General, Madam Vijay Thakur Singh, Ambassador Danyar Kurbanov, all my senior ambassadors who are present here today from India and Uzbekistan, and all my dear colleagues from both sides. Greetings to all of you from Tashkent. Thank you, ma'am, today for giving me this opportunity to take part in this prestigious platform and to speak to all of you. As we all know that, India and Uzbekistan have developed a very high level of political understanding between each other. And today the relationship is probably at its peak, notwithstanding the good relations and friendly relations we have enjoyed going back to centuries in history. Especially the work done in last 30 years is now coming to the fore. And as we celebrate 30 years of the establishment of our diplomatic relations, it is very heartening that especially for last 5-6 years, the high level exchanges between two countries have really gone very, very far. At the VVIP level, we have been interacting very regularly. That has been very encouraging. And there is a clear direction from the leaders from both sides to all officials, all think tanks, businessmen, chambers, everybody, to do everything which is possible to develop these relations, our relations really, really very fast. In fact, the bilateral relations have really developed in many different fields, given the strategic partnership which we had declared in 2011. And, of course, today there's a juncture that due to COVID-19 surge, the exchange of delegations between the two countries has gone down a bit. Of course, as ambassador here, I would like many, many delegations to come from India here and Uzbek delegations to keep going to India. But notwithstanding that, last year we saw the important visits of External Affairs Minister and Minister of State for External Affairs, Srimati Meenakshi Lekhi, visiting Uzbekistan. And we, of course, had very important visits of Foreign Minister, His Excellency Mr. Kamilov, to Delhi, and Secretary of the National Security Council, Mr. Mahmoudov, and all these visits have given a great impetus to our bilateral relations. Of course, we are preparing for a very high level of mechanisms which are there between the two countries, the intergovernmental commissions and the Foreign Office consultations. Both would be taking place in the near future, and of course that would be very welcome. And given that India and Uzbekistan together had conceived this important India Central Asia dialogue, 3 rounds of which took place at the foreign ministers level, it is very heartening that now we have come to the stage of India Central Asia Summit. And a few hours ago, Ministry of External Affairs in New Delhi has already announced the India Central Asia Online Virtual Summit to take place on 27 January. So we can see that India and Uzbekistan have really taken the leadership together in the region to bring all Central Asia and the South Asian region together and think together, how we can think of relationship in this large geographical expanse. From the bilateral perspective, I think that 2 things really seem very important to me as ambassador here. One is that, of course, the economic salience in our overall bilateral relations should really increase. And as you know, that the leadership of the 2 sides had set a target of $1 billion of bilateral trade to be achieved annually. We are somewhere half of that figure or even less than half. But I think that there are very encouraging signs this year. Despite pandemic, bilateral trade has increased and the results would be visible soon. Notwithstanding that, I think that some of the areas in which we are looking forward to make progress would be exports from India of agri products, engineering goods, pharmaceuticals, and IT and consulting services, and especially the services in the field of higher education and healthcare. These are very important from the Indian side, and I think that we would encourage our chambers of commerce to work in that direction. Also, equally, there are good prospects of Uzbek exports to India in agri products, mineral oils, and chemicals. And I think that Uzbek Chamber of Commerce is also active in those directions. We really need to encourage exchange between business delegations in this direction. And I think that all that also relates to the very important question of connectivity, the overland connectivity between India and Central Asia, which has largely been missing. Of course, the Chabahar initiative has come up in a big way, and the External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, when he was in Central and South Asia Connectivity Conference in Tashkent in July last year, he also laid emphasis that Chabahar has the potential to become the fulcrum of connectivity between India and Central Asia. And it is very heartening that the government of Uzbekistan is very supportive of this initiative. And Uzbekistan itself had taken the initiative to call for the first trilateral conference among India, Iran, and Uzbekistan to discuss the prospects of how to take the Chabahar initiative further. So in fact, one of this important fallout or outcome of this conference today could be if we can hear the experts with their views that what more we can do to take this initiative forward. Thirdly, I think that when we are talking of trade and economic cooperation, the development partnership is also very important. As you know that India has already pledged $1 billion of line of credit to Uzbekistan and another $1 billion line of credit to India Central Asia Forum, so that developmental projects can be undertaken in this region. Some projects have already been identified with Uzbekistan. I think that both Uzbek Foreign Office and the Ministry of External Affairs are working together. We need to really push in this direction. So things like line of credit projects and high impact community development projects. There are recently 2 MOUs have been signed to initiate two such projects in this direction. I think can take off, and then we can show concretely to both countries and to the region that India can be very important development partner of the entire region. Of course, India is also interested very much in military technical cooperation, going beyond the military exercises. 2 rounds of annual military exercises have taken place between the 2 countries. We are preparing for the 3rd one. And in fact, there is so much trust and goodwill in the defense cooperation arena also between the 2 countries that we should also now think of military technical cooperation. And in fact, India is prepared, and some discussions have also taken between the 2 sides. I think that today the time has come that, while we are focusing on think tanks forum today, because of the opening of Uzbekistan and reforms of President Shavkat Mirziyoyev, a lot more areas have become interesting for Uzbek think tanks and Indian think tanks to regularly meet and discuss those subjects. I think Uzbekistan today is very much interested in themes such as democracy, electoral reforms, legal and judicial reforms, opening up of media, how to have robust media. And I think that, India as the largest democracy of the world has a lot to offer and exchange experience in this field with Uzbekistan. In fact, when India and Uzbekistan talk as 2 countries, we both are developing countries, and sometimes our experiences for each other are more relevant compared to what other regions have to offer to Central Asia. So with these words, I would end here, and of course I look forward to the interesting discussion which is going to ensue in the coming sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Prabhat. Now I invite Ambassador Dilshad Ahato, but unfortunately he is not well. So his remarks will be delivered by Mr. Azamjan Mansurov, First Secretary, Embassy of Uzbekistan in New Delhi. Thank you, Mr. Azamjan.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Dr. Zafar. Let me read out Ambassador's message for the participants. Good afternoon, Excellency Ambassador Vijay Thakur Singh, and dear Ambassador Daniel Kurbanov, dear colleagues and honorable guests. I am very pleased to address and welcome today the participants of the 3rd Forum of Uzbek-India think tanks. Taking this opportunity, I extend my gratitude to the leadership of Indian Council of World Affairs and the Center for International Relations Studies for their efforts to organize the 3rd annual forum of the think tanks of Uzbekistan and India. I also warmly congratulate my colleagues and Indian friends on the occasion of upcoming holiday, the Republic Day of India. The active involvement of scholars and leading experts from 2 countries today directly demonstrates high-level strategic partnership between our countries. As you know, the close friendly relations between Uzbekistan and India have its deep roots in the history, showing commitment to centuries-old traditions of friendly relations. Today, Uzbekistan and India demonstrates mutual interest to bring interstate partnership on the level of collectively new areas. In March of this year, we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations, and the protocol on diplomatic and consular matters was signed on 18th March 1992. And India was among the first countries to recognize the independence of Uzbekistan. Relations between Uzbekistan and India have reached new heights over the last few years. First of all, there are regular and intensive political dialogues between two leaders, which provides strong foundation of bilateral relations. The state visit by President Shavkat Mirziyoyev to India in October 2018 opened a new page in our relations, and his visit to India in January 2019 to participate in the vibrant Gujarat Global Investment Summit as a chief guest once again confirmed Uzbekistan's desire to intensify close cooperation with India. A virtual summit held in December 2020 between President of Uzbekistan and Prime Minister of India marked an important milestone and culminated with the adoption of a joint statement on close friendship and strong partnership. I would like to note that the current challenging situation in the world related with the coronavirus pandemics made our bilateral relations even stronger and more effective. Our multifaceted partnership was also very intensive during 2021. And the Tashkent International Conference, which was held 15-16 July 2021, regional connectivity challenges and opportunities has shown huge opportunity for deepening the political dialogue, economic cooperation, and people-to-people contacts between the two countries as well as two regions. The government delegation from India, headed by External Affairs Minister Dr. Subramaniam Jaishankar, participated in the high-level international conference. We also had a strong delegation from Indian think tanks during that conference. Recently, on 19th December of 2021, third meeting of Ministerial Dialogue into Central Asia has taken place in New Delhi. The ministers of Central Asian countries and India discussed current issues of further strengthening relations in political, trade, economic, investment, transport, communication, cultural, humanitarian, environmental, and other areas. It should be once again underlined that the ministerial dialogue India Central Asia, which was initiated by the leaders of the two countries in 2019, opened up a new page in the relations of India with the states of the Central Asian region. And moreover, in November 2021, National Security Councils of Uzbekistan and India held second round of consultations, and the second edition of joint military exercise took place in Uttarakhand, India in March of last year. Dear friends, the annual trade turnover between Uzbekistan and India is now more than 450 million US. Meantime, two countries have huge untapped potential in terms of further strengthening bilateral cooperation in the spheres of trade and investments. Our leaders identified the task of increasing the level of bilateral trade to at least $1 billion within a couple of years. During the last 4 years, we have witnessed the considerable intensification of cooperation in the respective areas. In particular, interest of Indian investors to Uzbekistan is growing very rapidly. Currently, there are about 330 enterprises with Indian participation, and including 220 enterprises with 100% Indian capital. The government of Uzbekistan welcomes and continues to create favorable conditions for Indian companies. Another positive dynamic of development of Uzbekistan-Indian ties is the establishment of direct partnership relations between regions. In this context, cooperation between Andijan region of Uzbekistan and the Gujarat of India has already shown its advantages. Now we are working on establishing similar mechanism of cooperation between Fergana and Haryana. Cultural ties constitute an important pillar of our bilateral relations. The cultural exchange program between Uzbekistan and India for the period of 21-25 was signed during the visit of Minister of State for External Affairs and the Culture, His Excellency Ms. Meenakshi Lekhi, to Uzbekistan in September 2021. Dear friends, close cooperation between research institutions of Uzbekistan and India and the universities of two countries is also one of the important and the priority areas of our relations today. As you know already, the Indian universities of Amity and Sharda is already working since 2019 in Uzbekistan. And recently in December 2021, the new campus of Sambram Institute of Technology from Bangalore has been inaugurated in Jizak region of Uzbekistan. And almost 1,500 students are already studying in this new university, Indian University in Jizak. At the same time, it's important to note that the Bukhara State Medical Institute, named after Ali Abu Ibn Sina, opened its branch at the Indian International University in Noida. We have also traditionally close partnership with Indian think tanks. Regularly, we implement joint programs and projects with collaborations with leading institutions such as ICWA, Vivekananda Foundation, USI, IDSA, ORF, and others. Representatives of the above and the other think tanks actively participate in bilateral and multilateral programs and conferences held in Uzbekistan and India. I'm sure that the participants of today's event will have very useful discussions and exchange opinions and new ideas, not only for the further elevating of mutually beneficial bilateral partnership between our friendly countries, but also for the future development of Central and South Asia regions. I would like to wish this forum a great success and look forward to valuable recommendations emerging from your deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Dilshad Hatto and Mr. Azam Jan. And with this, we come to the end of the opening session. And we thank all the distinguished speakers for their valuable remarks in the session. And we move to the first working session, which will be moderated by Ambassador Ashok Sajjanhar. The title of the session is Priority Directions of the Agenda of the Bilateral Strategic Partnership, Green Development and Digitalization. The panelists are Dr. Bhakti Mustafa, Deputy Director, International Institute for Central Asia, Ambassador Funchuk Estobdan, Senior Fellow, Delhi Policy Group, Mr. Timur Rahimov, Head Department of the International Institute for Central Asia, Professor Ajay Patnaik, former Dean and Professor, School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Mr. Sarwarjan Kamalov, Chief Researcher, Institute for Strategic and Interregional Studies under the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Mr. Nakul Saxena has informed that he is unwell since morning, so he will not be able to join the program. So we will be having about 6 to 7 minutes for all the participants and maybe 10 to 12 minutes for discussion. So may I now invite Ambassador Ashok Sajjanhar to deliver his remarks and conduct the session, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Athar, for your introductory comments. Let me first thank Ambassador Vijay Thakur Singh, DG ICWA, for the kind invitation to me to moderate this session. I would also like to compliment her for organizing this third India-Uzbekistan think tanks forum. I think what becomes really clear from the statements that we have heard so far, the four keynote statements, so to say, at the beginning of the session in the plenary session, is that India and Uzbekistan have not let the grass grow under their feet, notwithstanding the fact that the last 2 years have been a time of great uncertainty and very unusual times. But notwithstanding all that, the bilateral ties have been progressing. We started, as far as India-Central Asia dialogue is concerned, in 2019, but the second session was held virtually 2020. Third meeting of the India-Central Asian dialogue last month, in fact, in December. And similarly, as far as India-Uzbekistan relations also are concerned, there has been a lot of movement, a lot of travel to and fro. I think the impetus has really been provided by the leadership of the two countries, both Prime Minister Modi and President Shaukat Mirziyoyev. It is the close rapport and the good chemistry between the two leaders that has been visible. And I think over the last, if we look at the frequency of their meetings, although last 2 years leaders have really not been able to travel, but over the last 6 years, these leaders have met and interacted with each other at different fora for 8 times, including their meetings, the 2 visits of Prime Minister Modi to Tashkent, 2 visits of President Mirziyoyev to India in 2018, 2019, the virtual summit in December 2020, the meetings in on the sidelines of the SCO summits in Qingdao in 2018, on the sidelines of the Bishkek summit in 2019, in Astana, what is Nur Sultan today, in 2017. So both the leaders have found time to be with each other, and I think that is what has really provided a very strong impetus to this relationship. The theme of our discussion today is prior to directions of the agenda of the bilateral strategic partnership, green development and digitalization. So I think there are a large number of elements of the strategic partnership. The previous speakers have referred to most of them, whether it is a situation in Afghanistan, whether it is dealing with terrorism, fundamentalism, radicalization. But the focus of our session will be on green development and digitalization. We have 5 eminent speakers on this. But let me just highlight 1 or 2 issues which can really take this relationship forward. I think, as has been mentioned by the speakers, there has been in the first meeting in 2018, when President Mirziyoyev visited India, there was this extension of $1 billion of line of credit and bankers credit, some for affordable housing, other for other projects, whether in agriculture, tourism. And I think these are important areas, whether it is IT, it is education, it is pharmaceuticals. These are niche areas where both sides can collaborate. Secondly, at the summit, virtual summit that the two leaders held in December 2020, there was also the agreement to have to apportion $448 million for 4 development projects in different areas. So I think there is interest on both sides to take this relationship forward. Connectivity, energy, these are all areas which require focused attention. They have been referred to by both the sides. The other aspect is that there have been discussions on a preferential trade arrangement, and there have been discussions that have been going on between both the sides. There are also discussions that have been going on as far as the bilateral investment treaty is concerned. So I think when we are speaking about green development and digitalization, possibly that is those are the areas that we can look at in terms of what is the present status, where are the discussions that have reached so far, and how can we take them forward. We are of course aware that the government of Uzbekistan has acted in a very proactive manner in identifying areas, land, etc., where Indian companies can go in the area of pharmaceuticals. They can establish themselves. There are better facilities for them. As far as India is also concerned, there have been special facilities for import of perishable goods, agricultural goods that have been provided. So maybe have a look at these areas. Also have a look at the area of innovation, of cyber cooperation, cyber security. These are issues that will definitely be important as the two countries move forward. So with these introductory remarks, let me invite the speakers. As Dr. Athar Zafar has mentioned, we have 5 eminent panelists, and I will go according to the list that has been provided in the program. So first, let me invite Ambassador Phuntsog Stobden, Senior Fellow, Delhi Policy Group. Let me say that after the presentations are made, we will have about 10 minutes or so for discussion and questions. So either at the end of these presentations, either those who want to ask questions, they could raise hands, or they could submit their questions in the chat box. And I'll be very happy to pose these questions to the speakers. So first, Ambassador Stobden, you have the floor, and for about 6 to 7 minutes. Unmute yourself, Dr. Stobden. You are muted.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Well, thank you very much. I am also attending for the 3rd time, I think, this conference. Very useful, in fact. And I'm very happy to see all our Uzbek friends. When I was there in November or October, I visited Surkandaria, and I saw really the new achievements that Uzbekistan has achieved. It was very, very amazing that every time you visit Uzbekistan, things have changed. Well, coming to the subject, green development and the digitalization, I think the priority direction of the bilateral development in this sector is well defined. It's been identified by experts and institutions. Now, if I put it in a context, it's true that we are likely to see unstable economies if we overly depend on the hydrocarbon resources. Even from the pipe gas prices are now facing strain because of, U.S. Shell's revolution. And what we see right now in the global situation is that there is a structural shift in policy to achieve carbon neutral by 2050, or you call it net zero goals. And it seems that the pandemic now has really reinforced the climate change agenda and the need to go for the green development. There's no doubt about it. We need to be prepared, and we are likely to see a complete structural change, not only in the energy field, but in the whole thinking process of every nation. Even the state structure, the state craft itself has to be rethought, the manner in which we have to move ahead, because the pre-pandemic days are not going to come back, and we need to seek new, new way to deal with. But that doesn't mean that we are not likely to face competition here. Competition will be very, very severe, even if the structural changes that we see. And this is going to be in the field of IT, in the digitalization, especially in the innovation, and including 5G or artificial intelligence, to cost, the whole cost effect of the energy production has to be thought through. So therefore, I think when India is talking about energy development, then I think we are talking in terms of a new vision now, which we have evolved in the midst of pandemic last year, which we call it Atmanirbhar, which is self-reliant India, Atmanirbhar Bharat. Of course, the aim is to achieve our GDP of $5 trillion by 2025. But the whole approach of India is going to be clubbing together the capacity building and the economic multilateralism. Now, these two different components need to be put together so that a force multiplier can be achieved to meet the global recovery process. And therefore, I think there are certain templates that India has innovated or India has thought about. These are going to be the pillars or the identified pillars for the cooperation. Now, this includes startup innovation, it includes science and technology, and alternative energy. Science and technology and alternative energy prospects. Now, these are based on creativity, innovation, and disruption, which is, of course, again triggered by corona pandemic. But essentially, it means to overcome the global trend of disruption, even caused by geopolitical rivalries, trade war, sanctions, and other things. And number two, the whole idea is to move towards more sustainable modes of development, move away from the hydrocarbon, including oil and gas based development to green development. And I think both countries, Uzbekistan and India, are committed to implement the United Nations Framework Convention on climate change and its Paris Agreement in the line with equity, national circumstances, and principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respect capabilities. I think both countries, including all of Central Asia and India, has now come out with this new approach to deal in a joint manner. This is something very, very important for us. And in this regard, I think India supports Uzbekistan proposal to hold the UN International Forum on Green Energy this year in Nukuz in Karakal, Pakistan. I think that is going to be a very, very important event this year in Uzbekistan. Now, bilaterally, we are talking about preferential trade agreement or bilateral investment mechanism, free economic zone, all these things are there. But the problem is, unless we go for alternative industries, the old industries that we have been talking about, like gas production and all that thing, is not likely to move ahead. We have to go in for petrochemicals, we have to go in for solar, we have to go in for wind energy. All these things are well identified. I think two governments are already talking about it. Secondly, I would not worry too much about the volume of the trade. I would worry about the value of the trade. I think it's the value rather than the volume of the trade. Keep on counting trade figures is no good. I mean, that's the usual thing. Every bilateral relationship has it, but I'm not in the habit of counting beans. The overall big picture needs to be seen, and that needs to be contextualized. In the case of India and Uzbekistan, that big picture is very, very big. And we have actually not visualized it properly or not conceptualized it. Somebody maybe in the next couple of years, some intelligent people will come out with some theories in Uzbekistan or in India. Trade anyway is not going to move ahead. 300, 400, 500 million, that's it. But I would rather stress much on the niche area. For example, agriculture, pharmaceutical, maybe horticulture can be added, but moving, diversifying, and spreading thin is like again, it's the usual thing that will continue, but we will achieve nothing. What we see right now is fundamental geopolitical tension, which is not likely to ease, and we have to prepare for it. Certainly, a new chapter has been now opened in Central Asia with the Kazakh events. I thought, the trouble was expected, but not so soon after the US withdrawal from Afghanistan. Something has triggered. We really don't know. We have to understand that. But the bilateral relationship, whether it's Uzbekistan or other countries, now needs to be seen in a very, very different way. It's not going to be, normal things as usual that we try to approach it. But one thing is true that it is going to be a difficult period, and things have, I know people keep talking about great game and all that thing in Central Asia. But to me, it seems like the complexities are now widening, and it is just the beginning. I don't want to be pessimistic, but the reality is a reality. What we saw in Almaty, where I spent 4 years, it was very sad for me. Well, that's not the main agenda of discussion today. I will stop here, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for sharing your very initial thoughts on what happened in Kazakhstan. But as you said very rightly, that is not the agenda for today. That will be maybe for some other time. Let me now invite the second speaker, Dr. Bhakti Mustafayev. He is the Deputy Director, International Institute for Central Asia. You have the floor, sir, for 6 to 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, dear Ambassador Vijay Thakur Singh, dear Ambassador Daniel Kurbanov, dear participants of today's conference. First of all, on behalf of the International Institute of Central Asia, let me once again to thank the organizers of today's meeting and express my gratitude to all of you for organizing such a representative event. This once again confirms the level of strategic partnership between Uzbekistan and India and demonstrates the firm commitment of parties to deepen mutually beneficial cooperation. Dear colleagues, in my speech, I would like to draw attention to the development of green economy, which is important for sustainable development and security of Uzbekistan. Since 2016, under the leadership of President Mirziyoyev, the country has been implementing comprehensive measures aimed at deepening structural reforms, modernization and diversification of basic industries, and balanced socio-economic development of territories. Special attention is paid to the development of green economy. In particular, the regulatory and institutional framework is being strengthened. Thus, on May 2017, the decree of the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan on the program of measures for further development of renewable energy, improving energy efficiency in the sectors of the economy and social sphere was adopted, which noted the need for intensive innovative development of renewable sources and diversification of the fuel and energy balance. In October 2019, the strategy for the transition to a green economy for the period 2019-2030 was approved by decree of the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan. The most important point in this adoption of this document is the very recognition of the green economy as a strategic direction of state development with the widespread introduction of renewable energy. This document sets an ambitious goal for further development of renewable energy sources from 10% in 2018 to more than 25% by 2030 of the total amount of electricity generation. As a successful result of the measures taken, we can note the opening in August last year of the first solar power plant with a capacity of 100 megawatts in Navai region. It is worth noting that solar energy in Uzbekistan is a very promising area of development. The potential of solar generation in the country is from 525 to 760 billion kilowatt hour. It's expected that the commissioned plant will produce 252 million kilowatt hours of electricity per year and will reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 160,000 tons. Within 10 years, we plan to build solar power plants with a total capacity 5,000 megawatt and wind power plants with a total capacity of 3,000 megawatt. There are also positive trends at the regional level, thanks to joint efforts of Central Asian states. In the beginning of November last year, the countries of Central Asia organized a single platform at the 26th conference of the parties to the UN Framework Convention on the Climate Change in Glasgow. This platform was organized to attract the attention of international financial institutions to address the negative effects of climate change and the development of green economy. The need to develop regional cooperation in the field of green economy is also noted in the joint statements adopted at the end of the consultative meeting in Tashkent and Avaza in August 2021. All this shows that the countries of the region express a strong commitment and pursued a consistent policy to effectively coordinate their efforts in the development of a green economy. Dear participants, despite the fact that we are seeing a positive trend at both the national and regional levels, we are all aware that this is not enough to meet the challenges we face. The relevance of introducing green technologies is due to the following factors. Firstly, Uzbekistan is located in the region of Central Asia, which is vulnerable to the challenges and threats of climate change. In particular, over the past 50 years, the area of glaciers in Central Asia has decreased by 30%. According to the Asia Development Bank estimates, by 2050, the area of irrigated land will decrease by another 25%. On the background of demographic growth and further development of agriculture, at the current rate, as noted by the World Bank, water shortage could lead to a drop in GDP by 11%. Secondly, the announcement by many developed countries, including the main trade and economic partners of Uzbekistan and other Central Asian countries, of the transition to carbon neutrality in the next 30-40 years. Given that energy resources are still an important item in the formation of the GDP of Central Asian countries, we face the task of gradually abandoning the raw material orientation of the economies of our countries towards the production of high value-added products. Thirdly, the negative impact of the introduction of carbon neutrality on the economies of our countries. Uzbekistan in April last year joined the system of preference GCP+, which allows duty-free exports to the European Union of more than 6,000 types of goods. However, in the case of introduction of the European Union carbon tax, the first package of which was approved in July last year, of the above products, about 90% will fall under the ban. This issue of carbon neutrality is also relevant for India. In this regard, in my opinion, a promising direction between Uzbekistan and India in the field of green technology are the following. First, the joint promotion on regional and international platforms of the issue of financial means for the developing countries to transition to the green economy. Because the share of developing countries in total global carbon dioxide emissions remains low, while the share of the development economic giants is 50%. Second, against the backdrop of the active transition to a green economy, the issue of diversification of suppliers of clean technologies becomes relevant. Uzbekistan should not be left for the choice of technologies of one or another country or become a hostage of the geopolitical competition. From this point of view, Uzbekistan is interested in the development of appropriate technologies with India in the development of green economy. Third, the development of projects for the manufacturing of products with high added value, in particular in the field of energy, information technology, and mechanical engineering. These issues may be considered at the upcoming international forum in Nukuz on green energy. We invited all of you to participate in this event. Stepping up interaction in the above mentioned spheres will undoubtedly help rise Uzbek-Indian cooperation to a new qualitative level. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mustafa, for your very detailed and comprehensive presentation on the steps that Uzbekistan has taken in the field of green energy, in the field of digitalization, and what are the avenues for cooperation between India and Uzbekistan going forward. Let me now invite the third speaker of our session, that is Mr. Timur Rahimov, Head Department of the International Institute for Central Asia. You have the floor, sir.
Good afternoon, dear participants of the representative forum of analytical centers which pass on the eve of the first India Central Asia Summit. Good afternoon, dear moderator, Ambassador Ashok Sajanhar. Relations between the countries of Central Asia and India, which have a deep history, shows dynamic development at the present stage. The pilot meeting of India-Central Asia dialogue at the level of ministers of foreign affairs started at 2019 in Samarkand. Since that time, the meaningful nature of the dialogue, as well as the willingness to raise cooperation to a higher level, led to the fact that in just 3 years, our countries have succeeded to bring cooperation at the unprecedented high level. Today, we are talking about preparation for the India-Central Asia Summit. For us, this is the first example when the mechanism of multilateral cooperation will be headed at the level of head of states. And that indicates the increasing importance of the region in the international affairs. This increase the importance of implementation, the reached agreements, and also imposes greater responsibility on the analytical institutions of our countries responsible for shaping the agenda of upcoming meetings and negotiation to a certain extent. New offers today are demanded more than ever, and initiatives to strengthen cooperation aimed at overcoming the consequences of the pandemic as soon as possible, restoring economic growth and achieving long-term sustainable development. The countries of Central Asia and India are open up new prospects for fruitful cooperation, primarily in strengthening trade and economic ties, realizing the significant innovative scientific, technological, cultural, and humanitarian potential of our countries. India is one of the priority international strategic partner for us, making an important contribution to supporting the socio-economic reforms of the countries of the region. There is no doubt that India, thanks to the progress achieved in all areas of development, can significantly increase its role in promoting the sustainable development of Central Asia. National strategy Digital Uzbekistan 2030 was designed in our country. Special attention is paid to improving the system of continuous training of IT specialists. The national project 1 million programmers is being implemented. Based on this, Uzbekistan is interested in creating a joint working group of information technologies. It is well known that Bangalore is the digital capital of India. In this regard, the Uzbek side would be interested in creating an IT academy in this city with the possibility of our young specialists to be sent annually to practice for advanced training in computer modeling and programming. It's obvious that further development will be directly depend on the introduction of advanced developments based on digital technologies. An important issue for us is the practical implementation of the initiative of the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Shavkat Mirziyoyev, to develop the interconnectedness of the regions of Central and South Asia. He expressed these initiatives at the high-level international conference, Central and South Asia Regional Interconnectedness, Challenges and Opportunities on July 16, 2021 in Tashkent. The successful implementation of this project will be expand opportunities for economic cooperation and the developments of contacts between countries and people, as well as ensure security and stability in our region. By improving the logistics networks and promoting joint initiatives, the activation of transit and transport potential along with the economic cooperation will help to create regional and international transport corridors, bring interregional cooperation to a new level, and promote the attraction of advanced technologies. This is great potential in the field of tourism, including pilgrimage, historical and cultural tourism, creation of tourist routes throughout the region, organization of regional tourist conferences, seminars, and etc. talking about the development of cooperation in these and other areas, it's important to know that the importance of building relationships based on the use of new technologies, which will greatly increase the effect of interaction. In this context, the Uzbek side, with great interest, is considering the Indian proposal to create a task force of information technology and services between IT parks and IT companies in India and Central Asia countries to work towards digitalization and e-governance through the exchange of best practices and knowledge. In conclusion, I would like to congratulate you, our Indian colleagues, on the 75th anniversary of India's independence. Thank you for your kind attentions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tamur Rahimov, for your presentation and for your suggestion also that there could be a joint cooperation as far as setting up an institute of training for young computer specialists is concerned in Bangalore or elsewhere. Let me now turn to the next speaker, that is Professor Ajay Patnaik, former Dean and Professor, School of International Studies, JNU. Ajay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ambassador. Ambassador Thakur Singh, Excellencies, and colleagues from Uzbekistan and India. Now, we are caught in a very critical juncture where a country in which India invested so much last 20 years suddenly goes out of our hands. We are not engaged with that country. Similarly, if you look at Uzbekistan, Uzbekistan has done a lot for Afghanistan during the US forces there, building bridges, railroad from Uzbek border to Mazar-e-Sharif. I mean, it is in electricity transmission to Afghanistan. Both countries have been at the forefront of development of Afghanistan, and suddenly they find themselves out of favor with the new Afghan regime. And that is the question is how to meet the challenge and get re-engaged. We cannot just, both the countries cannot just leave so many people who were close to us, who stood by us, and to be abandoned like that. So both countries must seriously think how to approach these segments of Afghan population who are still favorable to India and Uzbekistan and Central Asian countries. So my first point is that there are countries which are in the close proximity, and I see gradually, even if we are all demanding it should be inclusive government and whatever not, we have seen the Taliban won. It is not so easy to expect the Taliban to have an ethnically inclusive government. So there'll be communities that will be kept out of power, they'll be discriminated. Already Uzbekistan is being asked to return the aircrafts and helicopters for people who left this country to save their lives to neighboring Uzbekistan. Same thing might be happening in Tajikistan. So these are the countries which will be gradually bearing the brunt of the Taliban anger or exporting their militants into this region. These are real scenarios and how we cooperate. We have two experiences. We did it during Northern Alliance, where we had more and more security and force cooperation to meet this challenge. We had the American presence there, had a different set of experiences where we did some developmental work. Today, we have to build on those two experiences and find out how best we can address this geopolitical instability that has been introduced to this region. Now, one part has been addressed already. I think transportation infrastructure, which the leaders met in 2021 and highlighted, because that is the fulcrum of our economic and trade cooperation. That is the basis of future relationship. And that transport and infrastructure has been discussed through Chabhar, to International North-South Transportation Corridor. I've argued in earlier books of mine how from both sides we can approach, from Chabar side and from INSTC, with Iran as the entry and exit point, we can approach the Eurasian region and play a major role or greater role. The other aspect is that the shorter is the transportation route, the easier you reach a destination, you save the environment. Because the shorter route requires less energy to be spent in reaching that destination. So better infrastructure, better routes obviously will be energy saving and will be environmentally helpful. Now, we have an advantage, enormous advantage in alternative energy. That is, solar energy is developing in India like anything. From 12,000 gigawatt in 2016 and 17, India, at the end of 2021, was producing 48,506 gigawatt of electricity through solar energy. So India is going to become a leading power in the solar energy. The way it is investing, its investors are investing, the focus that is going to solar energy. So we are part of this international solar alliance, and Uzbekistan is another sunshine country, which a lot of potentiality for solar energy. And India is developing this technology very fast, solar energy technology. And I think Uzbekistan can enormously benefit from India's solar energy technology, which is being developed. And solar energy can develop in Uzbekistan also. Uzbekistan has numerous environmental problems, numerous, because of the legacy and whatever. So they need alternative forms of energy. Then also in this session, we're told to speak on also cybersecurity. Now, India has been a victim of the cyber attacks. Like many other developed countries, India is also victim. It has to guard against a much powerful China with its cyber capability, and also with the Chinese help, the Pakistanis. So the cyber security has been on the focus of India since 2004, with NTRO being formed in 2019, cyber policy being spelled out. The advantage of India in this sphere is that India has today a highly digitalized economy, very highly digitalized economy, compared to what it was a few years back. It has a vibrant startup culture in India. The startup culture is very vibrant here, and a large talent pool, which can propel India to become a very powerful country, in cyber power terms, though it's still some way to go. That is where India and Uzbekistan can collaborate. We already have anti-terrorist center in Tashkent, SEO anti-terrorist center in Tashkent. So this cyber technology or cyber things that India can bring to the table can be helpful in SEO's fight against terrorism, cyber crimes, and things like that. And this is also helpful against drugs and arms trade, because with the Taliban coming to power, and if you look at the country, it has hardly an economy to survive. And it might fall back upon the same thing, drugs and arms and terror exports. And then we'll be in the same situation, how to deal with it. Fortunately, today, we have much larger cyber security power, capability, and more information networks. Our information technology is very strong today. So we can deal with it, but deal with it in a regional cooperative framework where Uzbekistan will figure strongly. And some of the other Eurasian countries will figure strongly. So I would only say another thing before I stop. It has been seen that peoples-to-people contact help in strengthening relationships. It was there during Soviet period, enormous people-to-people's contact, cultural exchanges. And similar things have taken place, continued, but not on the same scale as before. So I think this contact, ICWA has been taking a very good lead for last few years in developing this track to diplomacy of peoples to peoples dialogue. There are institutions like Jawaharlal Nehru University, where the School of International Studies, the School of Language, Literature and Culture Studies, they have been to, a colleague is there, I can see he is present in this forum. They have been visiting, speaking, translating their literature, translating our, these contacts are very, very critical to our developing our relationship. Finally, we had ambassadors are here. When Stobden is here, there's the talk of a university in Central Asia. And Stobden was very enthusiastic when he was ambassador that it might be located in Kyrgyzstan. So what happened, I don't know, but I have seen the universities there from Turkey, from US, and what kind of interaction they are promoting. Scholars from there coming there and teaching their culture, their political philosophy, their foreign policy. So if India could have its own university in Central Asia, then it will be really helpful to bring the scholars and researchers from both sides together and develop our relationship on a different basis altogether. Thank you, Ambassador Sajanhar, for giving me this time.
Thank you, Dr. Ajay Patnaik, and thank you for your suggestions about collaboration in the area of startups and cybersecurity. Those are important areas, interesting areas. Now we come to the last speaker, and after that we'll have a little time maybe for just about 1 or 2 questions from the floor. So anyone who has any comment or question to ask, please keep them ready. The last speaker is Mr. Sarwar John Kamalo, who is the Chief Researcher, Institute for Strategic and Interregional Studies under the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. First of all, let me welcome all the participants of today's event and express my sincere gratitude to the organizers for the invitation to speak at the 3rd Uzbek-Indian Think Tanks Forum. Without any doubt, this event and its agenda is of particular importance in light of efforts to strengthen interconnectedness between the regions of Central and South Asia. In my speech, I want to dwell on a number of current trends in the development of relations between Uzbekistan and India, especially in the areas of digitalization and green development. Dear forum participants, India has always been and remains a friendly country for Uzbekistan. We have long-standing political, historical, cultural, trade, and economic contacts. In recent years, Uzbek-Indian relations have acquired a new dynamic in many respects and have reached the next level of strategic partnership. Tashkent and New Delhi interact to ensure the interests of both mutual and each of the partners. The experience of our bilateral cooperation indicates that there is a huge potential for expanding ties between the countries of Central and South Asia. It should be noted that today a diversified structure of the economy is one of the main conditions for sustainable development. The implementation of this direction seems impossible without foreign investment, highly qualified personnel, and modern advanced technologies. One of the main priorities of Uzbekistan is the development of informational technologies. We adopted strategy, Digital Uzbekistan 2030, and measures for its effective implementation, which were approved by the decree of the President of Republic of Uzbekistan dated 5th October 2020. Within the framework of this strategy, comprehensive measures are being implemented in various industries, in public administration, education, healthcare, and agriculture. India's achievement in the IT and industry deserve special attention. Over the past years, the Indian side has made a significant contribution to the growth of the information and communications technology sector. Today, Indian programmers are in demand all over the world. At present, there is high dynamics of development of cooperation between our countries in the field of education and technology also. There is a branches of Amity and Sharda universities in Tashkent and Andijan, and discussions of opening branches of other Indian universities are underway. In 2019, the Uzbek-Indian Joint Committee for Cooperation in Science and Technology was formed. The Tashkent Technopark is developing in cooperation with the Society of Software Technology Parks of India. At the same time, in the last years, the number of joint ventures in the field of information communication technology has tripled. The Uzbek side highly appreciated the assistance provided by the government of India in the field of training specialists through the Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation Program. Today, the number of people training under this program is more than 2,400 people. Uzbekistan is interested in further deepening cooperation with India in science-intensive areas, which is of great practical importance for our country. At the same time, the development of events in the global economy shows that Uzbekistan needs new modern schemes and models of partnership, both on a bilateral basis and in a multilateral format. This will make it possible to respond to changes in the situation in global economy, form of new economic centers, and introduce innovations and digital technologies. All this requires a certain rethinking of nature of our interaction, updating its strategic paradigm, and entering new promising areas. In this context, projects to expand the interconnectedness of Central and South Asia, including through the development of the digital economy and the acceleration of sustainable economic cooperation between the countries of the two regions, are becoming one of the relevant areas of cooperation. Considering that India has the third largest startup ecosystem in the world and has created a strong and dynamic environment for startup development, the country's experience in this area is valuable. In addition, in order to achieve balance between economic and environmental development, Uzbekistan seeks to decouple economic development from harming the ecology. During consultative meeting of heads of state of Central Asia held on August 2021 in Turkmenistan, President of Uzbekistan Shavkat Mirziyoyev announced the development of a regional program, Green Agenda for Central Asia, which will contribute to the adaptation of countries of the region to climate change. The President proposed a specific program of action to ensure the sustainable development of the region. The main direction of the program envisaged to be the gradual decarbonization of the economy, the rational use of better resource, and the introduction of energy efficient technologies into the economy, and an increase in the share of renewable energy generation. In this context, cooperation in the field of green development can become one of the promising areas of cooperation between Uzbekistan and India. Dear forum participants, new joint projects in the field of digitalization and green development can become a factor in economic recovery and recovery in the post-COVID period for our countries. We believe this cooperation will contribute to strengthening interconnectedness, improving trade, economic and academic ties between our countries, and therefore ensuring sustainable peace and stability in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamalov, again for giving very concrete and specific ideas and suggestions as to how both India and Uzbekistan can collaborate in these very important areas. Now, we have already run over time, but I think the organizers will agree that we could possibly take one question or comment from the floor. So let me, if there is any question or comment, let me open the floor. That doesn't seem to be the case. I don't think there is, yeah.
Yeah, just sir, maybe one small question.
Yes, Athar.
So this is basically reference was made to developments in Kazakhstan. So I wanted to ask from our Uzbek colleagues how they see the developments, because we are seeing it from far, but how it is seen in Uzbekistan. It's a totally domestic development or has regional or international dimensions to it. Anybody from Uzbekistan, maybe? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Athar. Would anyone, either the speakers from Uzbekistan or any of the other participants, make a very brief, short, pointed response to this? I don't know whether the next two sessions, if any one of them deals with the security issues, and in that we could speak about regional security and stability.
Yes, maybe we can discuss these geopolitical issues at the end of the forum.
Yeah, because I thought that this is basically focused on
we remember your question, and of course our position on Kazakhstan will be articulated.
Yeah, because I think there have been a number of other issues. In addition to that, Afghanistan has also come in for a great deal of comment, and it would be interesting to hear the views of our partners from Uzbekistan on Afghanistan, because again, you share a border with Afghanistan, and in terms of proximity and in terms of exchanges, you have much more, you are doing much more. There have been visits of your foreign minister and on the other side also. So I think there also it would be interesting to hear. But if there is no question or no comment on Manish?
Sir, related to this session's point, just one observation I would like to put forth for benefit of everybody here. Of course, green technology is important and solar energy is making a lot of progress in Uzbekistan. In this context, I would like to remind everybody that India has invited Uzbekistan to become a member of the International Solar Alliance. This issue is already put forth before our Uzbek colleagues, and we are waiting for the response from the Uzbek side. I think it would be in the interest of both countries to work together in this direction.
Yeah, I think that's a very useful point you make, Ambassador Manish Prabhat, because I think as of last count, we had more than 100 countries which have become members of the International Solar Alliance. There is
121.
Sorry?
121 countries already.
Okay, yeah, I said more than 100 countries, so 121 countries as of current count. So that's an important thing, because when we are talking about getting away from fossil fuels and oil and gas, coal, then of course it is the renewables. And when we are talking about green energy, you know, I think the performance of India has been very commendable, very creditable. You know, just to give in the area of renewables, we had the target in 2014, 2015 was that we will generate about 20 gigawatt of solar energy by 2022. That target was increased to about 100 gigawatt, and overall target for renewables was increased to 175 gigawatt by 2022, which would include about 60 gigawatt for wind energy and 15 gigawatt for others. And we are well on path to achieve that target. We also, under the SDGs and under the Paris Accord, we had undertaken a commitment that we would have 450 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030. That target has recently been increased to 500 gigawatts. So our ambition in the area of renewable and green energy is huge. Also, what we had mentioned earlier was 35% of our electricity generation by renewables by 2030. And it was announced by the Prime Minister when he was addressing the Davos World Economic Forum State of the World, making his address on that subject. He said that 9 years before 2030, before the target date, we have already reached 40% of electricity generation through renewables. So there are huge steps, huge achievements that India has made. In the area of digitization, again, there has been, as far as the pandemic is concerned, there have been great losses, both in areas of health, also in areas of economy. But whether it is startups or it is digitalization, as it was mentioned, 4.4 billion transactions, digital payment transactions through the UPI, Unified Payment Interface, in 1 month, that is last one month. That is a huge achievement, a huge movement forward. And I think we really need to take that forward. India has got made this progress in digitalization, in startups, 43 unicorns last year. As it was mentioned, more than 60,000 startups taking place last year. So these are areas in which India has proven expertise and proven advantage, and definitely can work together with Uzbekistan to achieve the sustainable development goals. I know that not only in India and Uzbekistan, but the world over, the progress towards SDGs has greatly suffered as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. But still there are areas in which we can work together. The targets that have been set by Uzbekistan, as have been mentioned by the Uzbek speakers, are very impressive, are very ambitious, and definitely India can work together with Uzbekistan in realizing and in achieving these targets. So with these few words, let me once again thank all my speakers who have contributed their views to this session. Let me thank Ambassador Vijay Thakur Singh, DG ICWA, and the ICWA for putting this together. And I hand over the floor back to the organizers to take this session, further sessions, take them on board.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for moderating the session and the panelists for their excellent presentations. We now move on to the second session, which is the prospects for the development of trade and economic relations. It will be moderated by Dr. Umid Abid Hajiev, Director of the Institute of Uzbekistan. The panelists of the session are Ambassador Iskandar, former Ambassador of India to Uzbekistan, Dr. Eldar Tulyakov, Director, Development Strategy Center, Tashkent, Professor Ram Upendra Das, Head, Center for Regional Trade, was supposed to join, but he is not well, so he will not be able to join us today. Next speaker is Dr. Nadira Kurban Bayeva, Chief Researcher, Center for Economic Research and Reforms. Then we have Mr. Rohit Sharma, Director and Head, Europe and CIS, Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, New Delhi. And then Ambassador Maulanov, Ambassador and Professor at the University of World Economy of Diplomacy. We will have around same time, 5 to 7 minutes, so that we have some time for discussion. We now invite Dr. Umid Abid Hajiev to moderate the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. So we have our second session, prospects for the development of trade and economic relations. So the time limit for the speakers will be allocated within 5 to 7 minutes. And I will be moderating the session. My name is Umid Abid Hajiev. I serve as a director for Institute of Forecasting and Macroeconomic Research under the Ministry for Economic Development and Poverty Reduction. And without further ado of taking your time, I would like to introduce our first speaker. It's Ambassador Skander Ranjan Tayal. Ambassador is a graduate of Allahabad University and has a postgraduate degree in chemistry from the prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur. Also, Ambassador Skander Tayal served as Ambassador of India to Uzbekistan in 2005, 2008. And he also has a wide experience in both bilateral and multilateral diplomacy and has been a frequent speaker on contemporary affairs. He also regularly writes for academic journals and Asian Age. Please, Ambassador Skander Tayal, floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Mr. Moderator. Esteemed ambassadors, friends, colleagues, a very good afternoon to you all. The first session has been very intense, very productive, very informative. This session is on prospects for the development of trade and economic relations. And now trade, as Ambassador Manish Prasad noted, has been growing steadily. It is about $450 million within 2020. And I was looking at the figures. From India, we exported about $423 million worth, but imports from Uzbekistan are only about $20 million worth. And that is not a happy situation. So my remarks would be focused on how to enhance exports from Uzbekistan to India and to have joint ventures for exports of services or goods to third countries. And the first point which comes to my mind, and Ambassador Prabhat would recall, what is happening to the export of uranium from Uzbekistan to India? From Kazakhstan, we imported a minerals import in 2019 were worth $1.3 billion, 1.3 billion. And with Uzbekistan, I think it was during his time that in January 2019, this agreement was signed between NAVOI and our Atomic Energy Commission for import of uranium. We used to import 5,000 tons over this 5-year period from Kazakhstan. That has been increased to 7,000 tons in 2019, over 5,000 period. I would have been happy to see this additional 2,000 going to Uzbekistan, and that will solve your problem of achieving $1 billion target for 1 year. I really do not know what is the issue involved. Earlier, perhaps the entire uranium yellow cake was being exported by some American company. I do not know what is the situation now. That was in my time. The control over export of uranium and yellow cake was not in the hands of Uzbek companies. It was in the hands of an American company at that time, when I was there 15 years back. Second point is President Medvedev is very keen on Central Asia, South Asia connectivity. I was there at the connectivity conference on 15-16 July 2021. And he made very rich references in his presidential remarks on connectivity towards the entire Indian peninsula. And my request to my Uzbek colleagues would be that when they negotiate the entire connectivity project to South Asia with their counterparts in Pakistan and Afghanistan, they must ensure that the traffic, the connectivity, at least the container traffic, is absolutely unimpeded between Uzbekistan and India and further up to Bangladesh and Nepal. We are talking about exports from Uzbekistan and Central Asia to about 1.7 billion people by road. Either through these two, the land route is this only. Of course, Chabahar is there, but that has its own limitations, its own constraints. And both the routes need to be developed very, very in a mature fashion, in a responsible fashion, and with the full cooperation of all the intervening or transit countries. And again, I would request the Uzbek counterparts, Uzbek think tanks, Uzbek policymakers, and in concert with other Central Asian colleagues, friends, to make sure that this entire connectivity between Central Asia and South Asia leads up to India, Bangladesh, and Nepal. The third point is that till this connectivity is there and it is on the ground, the only way to enhance trade and investment is either through high value goods, pharmaceutical. There is a lot of effort going on. Andijan economic zone is coming up for pharmaceutical industry. But as our Prime Minister mentioned, that the digital highway has to be strengthened, has to be augmented between Central Asia and India. All the key components are in place. There is a Tashkent Center for Information Technology. IT Park has been established in Tashkent, July 2019. And as I have been saying, and many of my colleagues who are here, who have heard me earlier, would recall that there is a huge potential for Indian IT companies with their software. The Uzbek IT experts giving their manpower as they know Russian, and the huge market of Russia. These three can come together. These could be India-Uzbek joint ventures operating from Moscow or trilateral joint ventures. And there is no reason why the massive Russian IT-enabled services market could not be exploited by Indian software companies and Uzbek companies giving their manpower. Just as India has about $70 billion, $80 billion worth of software exports to United States, to West Europe, to Australia. And now a new service has been added, and that is education by paid tuitions and e-education. It is a huge business in India. People in India give tuitions to students in Australia. They give tuitions in the United States, in Canada. So the students in Russia could be given tuitions sitting by Uzbek, Russian knowing Uzbek professors, sitting in Tashkent, sitting in Bukhara, sitting in Samarkand, with all the software, the course material, the backup, the entire technical services coming from the Indian companies. And what does it require? It requires high-speed, unrestricted fiber optic internet connectivity. And President Mirziyoyev is very focused on this. You are already moving in that direction. Of course, data privacy is required, and there should not be any government control over this. And as Uzbekistan is easing, as your whole society is becoming more open, more liberal, more rule-oriented, this is something you and India can do together. Uzbekistan is negotiating to join the Eurasian Economic Union. When I was there last October, I was told that one of the points being negotiated is that employment permits and conditions, secure conditions should be available to Uzbek professionals and Uzbek workers who work in Russia. And that opens the way, because Indian professionals will find it difficult to get work permits to work in Russia. But once Uzbekistan successfully negotiates its entry into Eurasian Economic Union, the movement of Uzbek professionals to work in Russia would become more smooth, and that will open the way for Indian companies to operate there. So I will not like to repeat whatever has already been said in the last 15 years. And I will conclude by saying that make sure that the connectivity between Central Asia and South Asia goes to India, Nepal, Bangladesh also, and no intervening country is able to put any constraints on that. And second, that FICCI, CII, Uzbek chambers, etc., must try to have some kind of not feasibility study, but even subsidize something. The government should subsidize to have a model of working, of providing e-services, IT-enabled services to the Russian market in collaboration of Indian IT companies and Uzbek IT companies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, and thank you very much actually for summarizing your speech also at the end. And I would like to give the floor to the second speaker. We can have the Q&A session at the end of our session. Our second speaker is Dr. Eldor Tulakov. He graduated from Institute for Law and Finance in Germany. He also awarded Shukrat Medal. It's awarded by decree of the President of Uzbekistan. He also served as a member of parliament in Uzbekistan from 2015 to 2019. Currently, he's serving as executive director of Development Strategy Center. Please, floor is yours, Mr. Eldor Tulakov.
Thank you, Mr. Abed Hajaev, for introducing me and for giving me a chance to speak at this high-level forum. I would like to start with thanking the organizers of this wonderful forum, and it's good to know that this initiative has been supported by both sides, by the think tanks of Uzbekistan, India, and then therefore it has become a tradition to organize this type of event every year. I'm very much thankful for that. I would also like to thank the embassies of Uzbekistan and India for their close collaboration with the think tanks from both sides. And I should specifically mention that Ambassador Prabhat has a very good connection, a strong cooperation ties with the think tanks of Uzbekistan. And we have been working together on a variety of topics. And we hope that with the help of our embassies, the scope of our activities will be even wider, and the questions that we will be discussing will be even various. And I should also thank the ICWA, because this is one of the most active Indian think tanks in Uzbekistan, which has ties with almost all the think tanks of Uzbekistan. We look forward to the fact that other Indian think tanks will be cooperating with the think tanks of Uzbekistan, because Uzbekistan has been now taking much attention to the think tanks so that they work in close collaboration with the policymakers of Uzbekistan. Much has been said about trade and economic relations of Uzbekistan, and Ambassador Prabhat has given a very good and brief overview of the main facts. I would like to continue saying that, of course, during the period of President Mirziyoyev, Uzbekistan has become an has been actively involved in foreign international relations and giving lots of initiatives, both at the global level, at the regional level. And we are pleased to know that India is among the partners who have been supporting Uzbekistan in realization of those initiatives expressed by the Uzbek president. And as for the economy, yes, even though there were difficulties due to the global pandemic, Uzbekistan saved a positive dynamic in the economy, including the last year. In 2021, the growth of GDP amounted to more than 7%. It's also good to note the total volume of exports amounted to 16.5 billion US dollars, and unlike the previous year, which was 1.3 billion less. And the total volume of the foreign trade turnover amounted more than 42 billion US dollars. And of course, this is all thanks to our partners, including India, because India ranks second in terms of Uzbekistan's trade with South Asian countries. And we are happy to note that trade and economic cooperation with India have considerably intensified for the last 5 years. And as of December 2021, there are more than 329 enterprises with the participation of Indian capital in Uzbekistan. And this includes 208 enterprises with 100% of Indian capital. We should note, it has already been noted partially, that Uzbekistan exports to India mainly consists of textile products, which is around 14%, base metals more than 8%, food products more than almost 6%, and Uzbekistan's imports from India are growing mainly due to pharmaceutical products, which is we should say it and pay attention that it's 47% of the total share. Trade turnover between Uzbekistan and India in 2021 amounted to more than 137 million US dollars. And we should also mention that the new opportunities opening up for deepening Uzbek-Indian relations in connection with implementing Uzbekistan's development strategy, within which measures are being taken to improve the business climate, attract foreign investment, develop an export-oriented economy. For example, we would name that Uzbekistan is planning to attract more than 120 billion US dollars of investment, and we expect that 70 billion of it will be foreign investment. So this is one opportunity. Another one is that Uzbekistan has pledged to reform its capital markets, and the flow that we have, which is 200 million US dollars now, and the government is expecting to increase it to 7 billion US dollars. So cooperation in capital markets is another big topic I think we should discuss. Then due to the fact that 47% of the Uzbekistan's imports from India is pharmaceutical products, we should also think of it, because according to the new strategy which will be adopted soon, government is taking measures to the localization of pharmaceuticals and bringing it up to the 80%. So that's why maybe this is another, we believe, important area for both countries to cooperate. And the think tanks could, I think, come up with new ideas, with new mechanisms to increase this cooperation. For example, banking is, we believe, would be another priority area, because currently 20% of the banking sector is private, and the government is willing to increase it up to 60% within these 5 years. So this would be, we think, another priority area for the cooperation between two countries. Of course, Uzbekistan has been strengthening cooperation by all means with India, and thus cooperation is in almost all spheres are underway, be it, for example, Uzbekistan's first IT park, which was opened in Tashkent in early 1997 with Indian partners, and more IT parks have been opened since then. Another one is that in 2017, Trade, within the Ministry of Foreign Trade, inaugurated a trading house in New Delhi to boost Uzbekistan's exports in the Indian market. Or we can also name that even during the pandemic, business forums have been organized between the entrepreneurs of Uzbekistan and India. We should also note that Uzbekistan-Indian cooperation is developing between the regions of two countries, and this has been already mentioned. And like, for example, the one with Andijan and Gujarat, and we were happy to note that our embassy has been working to expand this cooperation to other regions also. So we hope that these type of discussions will contribute to coming up with more and better maybe ideas and policies to suggest to the policymakers. And because of the good relationship between the heads of states of two countries, we hope that the cooperation between two countries will even prosper even more. and we are ready to contribute in this. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Igor Polakov. Your talk is not only about the past, but also future plans, particularly about strategy 2022-2026. And I would like to give the floor to our next speaker. This is Ms. Nodra Kurbanbayeva. She is head researcher of the Center for Economic Research and Reforms in Tashkent. It's a leading think tank set up by the administration of the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Ms. Nodra Kurbanbayeva holds a master's degree in World Economy and International Economic Relations from the University of World Economy and Diplomacy in Tashkent. Also, she holds a master's degree in economics from Ritsumeikan University in Japan. Currently, she supervises research on impact of Uzbekistan's accession to WTO on sectors of economy. Her research covers geoeconomic factors affecting trade flows of Uzbekistan using gravity model approach. I also need to mention that in 2021, she was awarded a distinguished sign of the government of Uzbekistan's 30th anniversary of independence of the Republic of Uzbekistan for her contribution to capacity building and economic development. Floor is yours, Ms. Nodra Kurbanbayeva, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abid Hajayev, for inviting me for the report. Good afternoon, dear participants of the third India-Uzbekistan Think Tanks Forum, dear excellencies, ambassadors, and colleagues from India and Uzbekistan. I am very pleased and honored to participate today in this unique forum. And in my speech, I will present my report about prospects for the development of trade and economic cooperation between Uzbekistan and India. India is one of the main trade, economic, and investment partners of Uzbekistan. It should be noted that a solid legal basis has been created in Uzbekistan and India for the further development of bilateral economic cooperation. The presidential decree of the Republic of Uzbekistan on measures to further expand and strengthen the strategic partnership between the Republic of Uzbekistan and the Republic of India is one of the fundamental documents that serve to further build up trade and economic cooperation between our countries. This decree approved the plans of practical measures or roadmaps for the further expansion of multifaceted cooperation, as well as trade contracts and investment agreements between our countries. According to the Ministry of Investments and Foreign Trade, in 2019, the volume of attracted investments from India to Uzbekistan increased by 17%. And due to successful cooperation with leading companies in India, including Cadila Pharmaceuticals, Minerva World of Knowledge, Lake City Township, Metric Ventures, over the past 4 years, the number of enterprises in Uzbekistan with the participation of India capital has tripled from 86 to 267 units. And the number of operating joint ventures in Uzbekistan increased to 277. Currently, the discussion of the draft agreement on the promotion and mutual protection of investments between the governments of Uzbekistan and India is being completed with a view to signing it in the near future. Thus, favorable conditions are created in Uzbekistan for the work of Indian investors, which should serve to increase the number of investment projects implemented in Uzbekistan with the participation of Indian capital. Within the framework of trade and economic cooperation between Uzbekistan and India, the leaders of two countries set the task in the coming years to achieve a trade turnover of $1 billion, as well as to study the feasibility of concluding a preferential trade agreement. At present, the ministers of trade of the two countries are completing the study of the feasibility study of concluding this agreement. At the end of, it should be noted that at the end of 2021, the trade turnover increased by 10% and amounted to almost $500 million. And the export from Uzbekistan to India consists around $30 million. And import almost $460 million. As His Excellency Ambassador Skantayal already mentioned, there is a significant imbalance in the mutual trade of Uzbekistan and India. For example, in 2019, the volume of Uzbekistan's export to India was 13 times less than the volume of imports. In 2020, this gap was almost 20 times, and by the end of 2021, 16:1. In this regard, the task is to increase the volume of trade with India, not so much due to the growth of imports, but due to the significant increase in exports from Uzbekistan to India. At the same time, as you see, the turnover mostly increasing with regard to import. And Uzbekistan's imports from India are growing mainly due to the growth in purchases of pharmaceutical products. The share of which in imports in 2021 was more than 70%. At the same time, an analysis of the Indian market shows that there is an opportunity to increase supplies from Uzbekistan to the Indian market of food products, products of light industry, chemicals, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, plastic and rubber products. It is also possible to increase exports of mineral fertilizers to India. India is also one of the world's major buyers of copper, plastic and rubber products and their products. Also promising in Indian market are leather and footwear products, which India import in an amount about $600 million. In this regard, the signing of the preferential trade agreement between Uzbekistan and India will create favorable conditions for both Uzbek and Indian exporters and will contribute to the speedy achievement of the goal of bringing mutual trade to $1 billion. In this regard, a promising idea of economic cooperation with India is also to creation of joint ventures in Uzbekistan for the production of competitive products for their export to the markets of third countries. In our study, we defined, and now let me share with you some ideas about the prospects. And we defined 5 prospects for the further 5 ideas of the prospects for the further development of or intensification of trade and economic cooperation between India and Uzbekistan. The first prospect is that there is a huge potential to develop mutual cooperation in production of pharmaceutical products. As part of the implementation of the agreement in the creation of the Uzbek-Indian Free Pharmaceutical Zone in the Andijan region, in 2019, presidential decree on the creation of the Andijan Farm Free Economic Zone was issued, which provides for attracting foreign direct investment and advanced technologies primarily from the Republic of India. So this is one of the promising ideas of economic cooperation with India, where we can create joint ventures in Uzbekistan and produce these pharmaceuticals and export them to third countries. The second prospect goes to increasing cooperation in the field of training of IT specialists from Uzbekistan by Indian ones. Cooperation between Uzbekistan and India is also developing in the field of science and information technology. In Tashkent, in 2019, with the assistance of Indian side, a technopark of software products and information technologies, or IT park, was established. In order to train specialists in the IT field, branches of India universities have been opened. Amity University in Tashkent and Shard University in Andijan. In this regard, there are prospects for organizing internships for the graduates of these universities in leading Indian universities that train specialists as well as in high technology and IT parks. The third prospect related to the fact that there is also a huge untapped potential in the field of agriculture and the development of agro-technologies, both in crop production and livestock. For Uzbekistan, it is very of big interest, the Indian system, so-called system of Kaisan, the system of unsecured loans introduced in India, or the loans with a reduced interest rate. We would like also to use this experience of Indian colleagues and implement it here in Uzbekistan. India is the largest producer and exporter of beef meat in the world, the second largest exporter of beef meat in the world after Brazil. In this regard, for Uzbekistan, there is a great interest of the introduction of the system based on the practice of India of an animal identification numbering system to create a database of livestock and their characteristics to analyze existing problems in animal husbandry. To do this, training sessions can be organized together with Indian farmers. In recent years, in Uzbekistan, a cluster form of management in agriculture has been developing. In India has vast experience in successful implementation of this cluster system in agriculture. In particular, we know that in India, during the development of clusters, the government organized many trainings and workshops in order to encourage local farmers, local small farmers to join in clusters. In this regard, the experience and training sessions together with Indian specialists and farmers are of great interest to Uzbek farmers. For example, it is possible to organize joint training of small farmers and Dehkan farms in the correct feeding of livestock with an effective ratio of feed and compound feed. Increase the number of qualified personnel in veterinary medicine for training is also one of the urgent tasks in Uzbekistan, and here we need assistance from Indian side. The fourth prospect goes to increase of mutual cooperation in the field of increasing of export of Uzbek agri-food, mostly horticulture to India. In our opinion, the ministers of trade of our country should work out the reduction of tariff barriers in India for agricultural products from Uzbekistan. According to the results of a study by the Center of Regional Trade of India, the average level of customs tariffs for the agricultural sector in India is higher, almost more than 40% in relation to other goods, and in relation to the average level of tariffs in agriculture in Uzbekistan, where it is 17%. And in order to increase the export of Uzbek agri-food products or horticultures to India, we need to promote the development of cooperation between Uzbekistan and India in the field of application of standards and technical regulations, application of sanitary and epidemiological measures, cooperation in the field of customs procedures. To promote the creation of Uzbek-Indian certification centers, sanitary and phytosanitary control of products in the territories of Uzbekistan and India, the results of which will be mutually recognized. And facilitate the submission of technical information to the Indian side on pest risks analysis for apricots or other horticultures. And the last but not least prospect for further increase of mutual cooperation is development of deep cooperation and partnership between regions, Andijan region and the state of Gujarat, the cities of Samarkand and Agra. In conclusion of my report on behalf of the Center for Economic Research and Reforms, let me express gratitude to the organizers of this event of the third India-Uzbekistan think tank forums. We believe that today's event will contribute to further intensification of close ties between think tanks of India and Uzbekistan, and through this, to further development of promising ideas of economic cooperation of Uzbekistan and India. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kurbanbayeva. As I mentioned already, Ms. Kurbanbayeva is a very distinguished researcher in terms of trade, but also she has a distinguished papers devoted to agricultural sector in Uzbekistan as well. Okay, I would like to give floor to our next speaker. This is Mr. Rohit Sharma. He's a director and head of Europe, CIS and Turkey, Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, New Delhi. He has a master's in business administration with specialization in marketing. And Mr. Rohit has been working to evolve institutionalized platforms like India-Europe 2029 Business Forum in partnership with the Ministry of External Affairs of India and India-Spain CIRS forum in coordination with DPIIT, Government of India. Please, Mr. Rohit Sharma, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, sir. On behalf of FICCI and myself, I would like to thank ICW for inviting me on this very important engagement today in presence of such distinguished speakers. We see very dear friends and our dear Ambassador Prabhat there and joining us today for this engagement. I'll talk about what the industry's perspective is all about. There is an increasing interest in terms of what Uzbekistan is offering to Indian industry, how their different sectors are literally inviting Indian participation. That's why during the recent visit of 5 deputy ministers to India, we organized industry engagement in physical format. We invited a number of Indian companies who have been doing business or trying to invest in Uzbekistan. There have been, I'll talk about the issues first, but since we have been deeply engaged with Ambassador Prabhat's office, with Ambassador Dishaw's office here in Delhi, the issues will remain, but I'll just flag off some of the points which have just been mentioned by various speakers. The one key important part is the bread and butter of India-Uzbekistan economic relations, that is the bilateral trade. The Indian exports, one point, if we just talk about skewed bilateral trade between India and Uzbekistan, one product, ammonium nitrate, can actually, there's a huge demand in India right now, because we did invite a number of companies during this last engagement with deputy ministers, and they just shared their experience of importing ammonium nitrate, since there's a ever-increasing demand in India today. So in one financial year, there's a potential of importing over 1 billion of ammonium nitrate only. I'm not talking about uranium. I'm just talking about ammonium nitrate. So the kind of issues that they face in terms of 100% advance payment, that is one big thing for Indian companies, which has been a deterrent. That's why you see a very reduced imports coming in from Uzbekistan. The sheer potential what Uzbekistan offers in terms of the sectors, the kind of exports that Indian companies can seek from the country is humongous. You name it, the sulfur, the copper. There is an increased demand in terms of what Indian sector can assimilate, absorb. The kind of imports from Uzbekistan is huge. And there's everything, green mung beans is one thing which Uzbekistan excels. If you talk about the agricultural products, India is always, there's a market for GMBs in India. So when we talk about all these products, there's a ready-made market available in India. The companies are honestly working towards promoting that bilateral engagement, the kind of trade and economic. Sorry, there's a disturbance here.
Non-speakers, mute their mic, please.
So we just, the 100% advance payment for Indian companies, especially private sector, is a big deterrent, because they really want to work on the LC. The banking issues remains, yes, always the issues will remain either in India or in Uzbekistan. But the working on LC is something which is very critical to any operational efficiency of a company, the assurance and the guarantee that LC provides. So that 100% advance payment is something that Indian companies are not, keen, or rather are hesitant to take a step towards getting the imports from Uzbekistan. So that is one part. In 2011, we understand that there was a new system which was, launched in Uzbekistan, which was CIP. Instead of CIF, it was CIP. The point, Indian exports had to be reached to a specific point through a railway network. So given the fact that there was not that much of a security and safety involved in providing the products at the last point, a lot of Indian companies, they took a step back in terms of what they could actually export to Uzbekistan. So these issues, they keep on flagging off, and we have been raising this issues with our Ambassador Prabhat's office, with the Uzbek embassy in Delhi, and with the Department of Commerce, that Indian companies are desperate to do business with Uzbekistan. There is so much that Uzbek companies can offer to Indian markets. Recently, during the pandemic, we saw that a lot of Uzbek exports, including the masks, they were offering the masks to, the N95 masks to India also. We talk about only Indian exports, the pharmaceutical, though we did take a substantive pharma delegation to Uzbekistan and Azerbaijan region in 2019, where the minister then. So, but there is a potential of Uzbek exports of this medical devices, medical equipments to India also, and just in case if we require it, because there's always a demand in India, is such a huge market there. But the possibility and they will not take a step till such time that 100% payment has been made to Uzbek companies, something that no Indian companies actually keen to just go ahead and just do it. Second part is, yes, connectivity. We keep on, we understand that those initial steps have been taken for ensuring the air connectivity. But when we talk about the heavy bulk cargo, there has to be this INSTC has to be operationalized, or some other way of just getting the products through. So till such time that that part has not been opened up, we will somehow even I'll again come back to ammonium nitrate, because this just happened, and the almost 2,000 metric tons of ammonium nitrate got blocked at one of those transiting countries' borders. So it took them 3 months just to get that product from there to Bandar Abbas. And from there again, since it's a hazardous cargo, so they keep on getting blocked. But this is one product. You talk about sulfur again. Sulfur has multiple uses, but these are the products which actually Indian companies are desperate to reach out to Uzbek shores to get those products back into India. So till the time that we do not have the answer to just unblock or unlock these possibilities, we somehow our bilateral trade and the trade figures will hover around 300-400 millions, whereas easily in a one financial year we can breach to a $1 to $2 billion sheer size of what Uzbekistan is currently exporting or producing. Indian companies are desperately keen to just offtake that thing from Uzbekistan. Then again, during the pandemic, we came across this issue of visas, because everything got slowed down. The visa issuance was not forthcoming to Indian bona fide business entities. So if Indian who had say residency permit of UAE, he or she could fly to Dubai. From there, they could go straight to Uzbekistan. Whereas anybody from India to Uzbekistan was, there was nothing. So the issue of visa remains till date. Getting a quick visa for a bona fide business entity is an issue that Indian companies are still facing. Second part is like healthcare services. There are a lot of those mid-sized investors who have already invested in say creating that healthcare infrastructure. In one part of Uzbekistan, hospital is being developed by an Indian company, but again this small thing like a visa has blocked the execution of that project from the Indian companies. The Indian engineers and all those highly specialized skilled workforce which has to travel to the country to execute that project. It's just not happening. It's been almost 15-20 months now that initial investments, then nothing moved. So these points, yes, these are the issues we keep on. That's why we ensure that there's a continued engagement between the industries and the policymakers of both the countries. We keep on understanding and just trying to figure out what is the way out, what is the best way out rather in the current scenario. Which a very positive indicator which has just emerged is that a lot of Indian companies, just to ensure what they can do with Uzbekistan, they started purchasing a lot of those goods from Uzbekistan for re-exporting it to say another third country. If there is a textile, if there is this yarn, cotton yarn to Turkey or for any other country, they are just purchasing it from Uzbekistan and then selling it across, because otherwise getting other products is a challenge because of obviously the connectivity issues, because the products have to go to Mersin or some other part of some other ports just to be re-exported or exported to India. So this is how Indian companies have started finding some ways and means. And there's a very positive indication happening that they are succeeding in finding the right companies, because Uzbek business people, they are quite rather acutely aware of the importance and the need to deepen the engagement with Indian companies across sectors. So that's an ongoing process. But yes, all these are some of the issues that we really wanted to flag it off, because they just they just crossed our eyes. And these are the key impediments, rather the building blocks, if we are able to find the right key, so that tomorrow we see $1 or $2 billion of bilateral trade easily happening between India and Uzbekistan. So with this first, I'll just stop here. And thank you so much for inviting me for today's very important engagement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arukhi Sharma, for your excellent observations and very specific suggestions, and highlighting specific obstacles which are facing current trade and economic relations. I think that's very useful feedback. I would like
You are on mute, Chair.
Sound.
Медаке,
вас не слышно. Медаке, вас не слышно.
Hello, can you hear me now? Okay, let me introduce our next speaker. It is Mr. Ibrahim Mavlanov, Ambassador Ibrahim Mavlanov. He is a professor of international finance and investment chair at the University of World Economy and Diplomacy. He's also distinguished with honors and awards. Particularly, he's a recipient of the Indira Gandhi Priyadarshini Award, and he's also a member of the editorial board of the journal International Relations Uzbekistan since 2005. And there are more than 150 research articles, both in English, Russian, and Uzbek languages, in various academic journals and papers in Uzbekistan, India, Russia, Kazakhstan, Japan, and Germany. So with amusement, I would like to give the floor to Ambassador Ibrahim Mavlanov, please.
Thank you very much. The chairman, the participants. First, I would like to thank you for invitation to make my presentation. The main challenge in international relations in recent decades is the trend of interregional cooperation. I think is growing in the world. Last year, in the second forum, I reported on our research, the development of South Asia region and its interests in the Central Asia. Let me remind you that our research is divided into the following periods. The period of from the 1940 to the present time, period from the 1840 to the 1940, and from the 1500 to 1840. Why did we choose this approach? In order to look well into the future, one must know the past well, or rather study history well. In 2021, last year, our research was mainly continued and concerns the history of the economy of the Babur dynasty in India. The result of our research was a series of scientific articles and our monograph. What would you like to report today, and what did we find, and what did we pay attention to? Without taking up much of your time, I would like to highlight just a few points from some research. Firstly, much has been written about the state of the Babur dynasty during the last decades, but 3 points or 3 areas have predominated: the pattern of economy, external trade, and finance, as the influence of English, Indian, and other researchers they studied. For instance, the researchers from the oligarch Muslim University in Delhi, on the land revenue taxation system, concluded that the state of the Babur dynasty is highly centralized. The result, according to this research school, or maybe, was the surplus extracted was used unproductively by the Babur dynasty. But this thinking is now being challenged by the other historians. They believe that much of the revenue was redistributed back to the local interests of the local people. Secondly, it seems that the state of the Babur dynasty liberalized rather than protected trade in this period. For example, the Jahangir seems to have taken steps towards liberalizing rather than protecting trade. For instance, the port duty, Mir Bahri named, and personal travel tax, Tamgha, were abolished, while trade costs were reduced through the building of the caravansarais to ensure security in the transit. Furthermore, income tax, zakat, was abolished. Similarly, Aurangzeb repealed many of the damaging measures implemented by his father, Shah Jahan. For example, he abolished a tax on profits, hasil, in the 1663, and various transit and income taxes like zakat, rathari, and pandari. On the other hand, not only Shah Jahan had introduced transit taxes on the food, drinks, and livestock, but source from the reign of the Aurangzeb demonstrates that the trend towards a higher tariff increases through the 17th century. For example, despite the abolishing of the 2.5% sales tax for the Muslims in 1667, the tax still had to be paid by Hindus at the rate of the 5%. Furthermore, all foreign visitors, except those belonging to the English and Dutch companies, that time, of course, were searched on arrival in India in order to pay 4 or 5% of the value of their goods in tax, and that gold and silver coins were confiscated at the northern frontier and reminded in the local coins. In any case, the Europeans that time enjoyed happier economic relation with the state of the Babur dynasty, which resulted in a relative freedom from the payment of the tariff. Those in the Central Asia were hence faced, relatively speaking, of course, significant tariffs in this period. Concerning the foreign trade, the rule of the state, the Babur dynasty. During the greater part of the state of the Babur dynasty period, India has an active and considerable foreign trade with different countries of Asia and Europe. Traders from all the world always visited her shores for trade in her manufactures. Goods were carried either by the Overland roads in the northwest through the Lahore and Kabul to Central Asia, or through the Multan and Kandahar to Persia, or by sea to the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea port in the west. The chief ports were Lahore Bandar and Surat in the west, Musapulitan in the south, and Chittagong, Saltagon, and Sanargan in the west. Indian export consisted of the manufactures such as the cotton textiles, muslin silks, and fancy goods and raw materials comprising indigo, saltpeter, spices, and pepper. India's chief import were gold, silver, precious stones, horses, metals, tobacco, and African slaves. Concerning the industry during the rule of the state Babur dynasty. In the second of the half of 16th century and the first half of 18th century, Kazim Bazar emerged as the most important viewing center in the India. Silk from the Kazim Bazar was sent to the Patna, Agra, Ahmedabad, and Surat, where it was made into the special fabric. The woolen industry also has a measure of importance. Its shawls manufactured in the Kashmir and Amritsar were greatly admired in European capitals. Other important industries were brass, copper, and bell metal wares, which were manufactured in all over the India. And what I would like to finally suggest on my offer, in our opinion, within the framework of the speech of our President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Shavkat Mirziyoyev, at the International Conference, Central and South Asia Regional Connectivity, Challenges and Opportunity, it would be practical. Provision of the international grant by Indian sides for the study of the region of Central and South Asia. This is first. Second, provisions of the international grants by the Academy of Science of Uzbekistan for these studies, as well as international grants from ministers and departments for the study of this area. And at the end, just for information, in our university, we have completed the monograph, the name the economic system of the Babur Dynasty in India. I think it would be better, as you know, in February 14 this year will be date dedicated to the birthday of the Babur, and it would be better to arrange some maybe presentations this book in Indian Cultural Center in India. Maybe this concerns the Indian ambassador, maybe His Excellency Ambassador of India into Uzbekistan will be considered this question. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Maulanov. I think we are almost finishing our time, which is allocated for our session. So with your permission, I would like to make a short summary, and questions which might arise can be given in a chat or maybe sent directly to the speakers. Ambassador Skantayal, he mentioned about the connectivity, both physical and the digital one. We know that in future goods will not be only transported, but also transmitted. And this is a very important point. Also for case of Uzbekistan, if you look at our future plans, there is a plan to increase the digital economy 2.5 times. So it's very much matched with the plans of Uzbekistan. Mr. Eldor Tulakov also highlighted the trade patterns and also explained the future plans, which is also being currently under discussion. And there is also huge opportunity for Indian partners as well. Ms. Nodra Kurbanbayeva, she also stressed out the importance of a preferential trade agreement and outlined the specific goods which could help to balance out the trade imbalance. Specifically, they include food products, goods from light industry, mineral fertilizers, and others. She also mentioned the opportunities which exist for joint production of pharmaceuticals using special free production zones in Uzbekistan. As for Mr. Rohit Sharma, he highlighted the opportunities for ammonium nitrate exports. Mr. Rohit also mentioned about copper opportunities. Indeed, Uzbekistan is number 3 in terms of CIS countries in terms of copper reserves and production, and it's very much important for green economy, as we know, for green vehicles, for electric buses. Copper is needed. And also, he mentioned specific moments related with healthcare companies' expansion in Uzbekistan. And finally, Ambassador Maulanov, he highlighted historical aspects of trade relations in context of joint history and economic system of Babur Dynasty, including concrete examples of economic and trade liberalization reforms. I would like to thank the organizers, and I would like to thank the speakers for this session. And I would like to give floor to the next session and moderator. Thank you very much for all the efforts.
Thank you, Dr. Umid Abid Hajiev, for moderating the session, and the panelists for their excellent presentations. Now we will move to the third session. This is which is about social ties. So this session is moderated by Ambassador Skantayal, former Ambassador of India to Uzbekistan, and the panelists of this session are Mr. Farhad Talipov, Director of the non-governmental institution Caravan of Knowledge, Professor Akhlaq Ahmed Ahan, Professor, School of Language, Literature and Culture Studies, Jawaharlal University. Ambassador Abdus Samit Haidarov, Ambassador, Professor at the Tashkent State University of Oriental Studies, and Dr. Meena Singh Roy, Head, West and Central Asia Center, Tilotma Foundation, and former Head, West Asia Center, IDSA. So we may hand over to Ambassador Askan Tayal for moderating the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Arthur. Again, good afternoon to all participants. This session is on building up social ties. And on that, fortunately, we have a very strong foundation, a very strong history of goodwill and friendship between our people, between our societies. And all this perhaps got cemented in the last century by Indian films and music and their popularity in Uzbekistan. And also there has been a very strong connection among intellectuals between Uzbekistan and India, particularly because of the efforts of Tashkent University of Oriental Studies and its professors, who knew so many Indian languages, Hindi, Urdu, Bangla, Tamil, and their students provide a mass base for these ties. But I would like to say that the ties between academic institutions, scientists, writers, poets need to be strengthened further. The ties among think tanks are excellent, but sometimes I feel that the contacts among educational institutions on the Indian side are confined to only 2 or 3 institutions, and they need to be further expanded. Medical services provide another vehicle of very good ties. Tourism has been very good. About more than 40,000 Indian tourists go to Uzbekistan, and there are 1,800 Indian nationals in Uzbekistan. The ITEC program perhaps is another vehicle by which ties are being established among the Uzbek professionals and Indian institutions, Indian professionals. There are already about 2,400 Uzbek experts who have got training in India in the area of their specialization. Every year, about 160 Uzbek professionals come to India. And in addition to their getting more expertise in their own areas, this also leads to friendships, this also leads to social contacts, cultural contacts, and provides a base for social ties. With these introductory remarks, I would now turn to our eminent panelists. Since their bio profiles have already been circulated to all of us, I would not introduce in detail in the interest of time. And I'll first invite Mr. Farhad Tolipov, Director of the non-governmental institution, Caravan of Knowledge, to make his remarks. Again, 5 to 7 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm so glad to see the faces of all friends, especially from India. Thank you, all organizers, for inviting me to this very interesting event. My presentation will be in the form of slides. Let me share the screen. Just a moment. Oh, host disabled participant screen sharing. If the host shares the right to share my screen, I will do it. Okay, but can I do it myself? I mean, to shift from one slide to another slide. Oh yes, okay, it's done. Just a moment. Do you see the screen?
Yes, we see the screen. Yes.
Fine. My topic is some thesis on cooperation of Uzbek and Indian think tanks. Let me do the full screen. Well, first of all, I would like to say a few words about the importance of think tanks, the role and activity of think tanks of India and Uzbekistan for bilateral cooperation. From my own personal experience, by the way, I will discuss here in my presentation more my own experience, my contacts and my cooperation with Indian colleagues. And from my own experience, I realized that Indian think tanks have strong academic expertise, rich resources, and high reputation, not only in the country, but also internationally. There are a lot of prominent Indian research centers based within the universities or independently as think tanks known internationally and contributing to the expertise, to the scholarship, to research activities. So that's why I think Uzbek think tanks, research community in Uzbekistan can get, a lot of lessons from Indian experience. And I will discuss briefly about this experience. And one of the most visible and interesting aspect of this experience of Indian think tanks is that, they are not simply composed by scholars, researchers, analysts, but also former diplomats, government officials, functionaries, and even militaries are deeply engaged in the activities of research centers. They are engaged in researches, different discussions and consultations, because they have, as former officials, huge experience in working in political spheres, in political bodies, in ministries and other structures, and of course know well peculiarities of the statehood. And they also can, from this perspective, they can more professionally judge about national interests of their country. So I think this is very interesting experience, which Indian think tanks really demonstrate. Again, it's not only just the activity of classical, let's say, scholars and researchers, scientists, but also former officials. They collaborate together in working out different interests, different ideas, different concepts and solutions of the existing problems. Well, myself, I visited numerous Indian think tanks. Most of them are very prominent, not only inside the country, as I said, but also internationally, such as Jawaharlal Nehru University, Institute for Defense and Security Analysis, Defense Studies and Analysis, Makayas Institution, Maulana Abdul Kalam Azad Institute for Asian Studies, Tilatoma Foundation, Asia in Global Affairs Institution, Indian Council of Social Science Research, Center for the Study of Geopolitics, Indian Council of World Affairs, Mumbai University, India Central Asia Foundation. The last one being for us so interesting because it is focused on Central Asia. There is such a foundation with this name, India Central Asia Foundation. So from this list, I would like to point out to the huge experience of developing the network, the system of think tanks in India, from which Uzbek think tanks can also learn much. For instance, this one, I visited this university of Mumbai, where there is a very strong Center for Central Eurasian Studies. They organized very interesting conference on Central Asia some years ago. Well, in terms of collaboration between Indian scientists and Indian research institutions and Uzbekistan, or in general in Central Asian institutions, let me just briefly mention a few of them, few facts, few events. For instance, in 2040, the ISRS, Institute for Strategic and Regional Studies, under the president of Uzbekistan on one side, and the IDSA on the other from India, organized a joint conference, and the materials of that conference were published as a scientific book titled India and Central Asia, Advancing the Common Interests. I participated in that conference and submitted my own article. So that conference was really very interesting in terms of illustration of the potential which exists between India and Uzbekistan in the sphere of think tank collaboration. In 2006 and 2007, the International Center in Goa in India hosted 2 international conferences on Central Asia. The Japanese Sasakawa Peace Foundation, SPF, designed a very special ISICL forum, which was called Central Asia and South Caucasus Internal and External Dynamics. And the Sasakawa Peace Foundation organized very, very important, very interesting events, conferences in Goa. And due to such events sponsored by the SPF, the network of scholars, network of analysts from India, one side, and Central Asia, other side, were established even despite this project was shut down. This network still exists, and on the personal level and institutional level, cooperation between Indian and Central Asian scholars continue. Well, in India, there are several journals. I will just mention a couple of them: Strategic Analysis and Journal of Central Asian and Himalayan Studies, which also publish a number of articles published in the past, and also are interested in publication of articles on Central Asia, on Uzbekistan, and they are interested in getting articles from authors from our countries. So this is also a very interesting illustration of the potential cooperation between scientists and scholars from India and Uzbekistan. This is the picture of the conference which the Mackay's institution in Kolkata organized on Eurasian perspectives. It was in 2009. As you see, many interesting events, conferences are organized by the Indian side, and also jointly in cooperation with Uzbek side. And in the aftermath, the number of interesting books, publications were realized, and I will just demonstrate several of them. India and Central Asia, Advancing the Common Interest, which I mentioned above, which was edited by Professor Santanam and Ramakat Vivendi, or for instance, this one, the book on multilateralism in Central Asia, also sponsored by Mackay's. The author is Anita Sengupta, Professor Anita Sengupta. She herself with Chandana Chatterjee also edited very, very interesting and a theoretically well-designed book, Globalizing Geographies, Perspectives from Eurasia, which was focused on geopolitics, on reformulation, reimagination of geography, geopolitics unfolding in our region. So this book itself was a very, very good contribution to theorizing Central Asia, as we say, to theoretical understanding, theoretical elaboration on overall Central Asian regional issues. Also, the book Frontiers into Borders, The Transformation of Identity in Central Asia is another interesting book, which was published by also Anita Sengupta and other authors on the regional dimensions of borders in Central Asia. Anita Swaran Singh and Priya Singh also edited another publication, Corridors of Engagements, which was focused on different infrastructure projects, trade corridors, and so on and so on. So these are just a few illustrations of products, let's say, of how productive the cooperation between Indian and Central Asian think tanks or experts have great potential for future collaboration. Well, colleagues, you know that the Republic of Uzbekistan and India established strategic partnership cooperation. I mean, the level of strategic partnership during the state visit of the first president of Uzbekistan, Islam Karimov, to India, which was in May 2011. So since then, two countries, Uzbekistan and Uzbekistan, are considered not just ordinary countries which just cooperate in different spheres, but they are considered to be strategic partners, which is the very high level of cooperation between two countries. And in 2018, the president of Uzbekistan, the current president Shavkat Mirziyoyev, also confirmed the strategic character of partnership between Uzbekistan and India. And I think, given this fact, given this very, very high level of trust and cooperation between India and Uzbekistan, think tanks of both countries can and should make a great contribution to India-Uzbekistan strategic partnership by collaborating in joint analytical and research activity. I think this is very important that scientists, scholars, analysts work together. Much was said today in previous sessions about cooperation in the sphere of digitalization and the green economy or trades in other spheres. I think now I would like to emphasize the importance of collaboration of scientists, analysts from different spheres in terms of making joint research, and in order to produce common products, research products, which would be fruitful for both sides, for India and Uzbekistan. So this is my expectation, my hope, and my proposal to stimulate, to support and advance joint activities, collaboration, joint projects, research projects of scientists and from India and Uzbekistan, for which both sides have huge potential. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Tolipov, for this very encouraging overview of the very intense interaction among think tanks of India, Uzbekistan, and amongst the academics who are doing very good research on Central Asia, on Eurasia in India, and likewise on India in Uzbekistan and in Central Asia. In fact, there are such enduring civilizational links, historical links, cultural links between India and Central Asia in general, and between India and Uzbekistan in particular, that this is just an expression of these strong linkages, and this needs to be further strengthened. So thank you very much. And now I invite Professor Akhlaq Ahmed Ahan of the School of Language, Literature and Culture Studies of JNU. Professor Ahan, the floor is yours. Again, 5 to 7 minutes, please.
Thanks, Ambassador Ambassador Vijay Thakur Singh of DG ICWA, Ambassador Manish Parvat, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I would be talking on the civilizational and cultural relationship between the two countries, the two regions. As we know in our literature that there is a term called Khorasan-e-Buzurg that traditionally includes Uzbekistan, Central Asia, and parts of even Indian subcontinent. And it has been the cradle of civilization of this part of the world, and produced great scholars, poets, Sufis, and writers. And India and Uzbekistan are the two countries or the two regions historically having the most intimate relations, and therefore the two nations share many socio-cultural, historical events unfolding throughout the history. And both countries share common this cultural, civilizational heritage or the soft power, we can say, including Silk Route that has been used for a range of commercial and cultural exchanges, including the diffusion of different religious and socio-cultural ideas, trends, and traits, including Sufism, particularly Naqshbandiya tradition that emanates from Bukhara region and from the borders of Europe to Eastern Asia and this part of the world. I would just highlight, since there is just few minutes, so I would just highlight a few connecting points and what I mentioned, and aim to put into perspective the dynamics of Indo-Uzbekistan, historical, cultural, and civilization relation vis-a-vis the contemporary realities, and to provide a realistic assessment of its importance from the Indo-Uzbek cultural relation point of view. In today's context, there are many common cultural symbols of Indo-Uzbekistan relation, and the waves of civilizational mingling and historical interactions. For instance, in the ancient period, we see Buddhism and Jainism and its influences on Manism and Mazdakism before Zoroastrianism was declared as the state religion of Khorasan and Iranian part, and that also included Central Asia, particularly Bukhara. As we know, this is derived from the term Vihara, and it was because the Buddhism it has become the center of the Buddhism. And also from the literary perspective, we can see the impact of Panchtantra and its translation, and how it became popular in the region and how it influenced the literature throughout the history. The manuscript, I have been briefly there, also taught in the Oriental State University of Tashkent, and visited many libraries and museums and saw thousands of manuscripts there in whole Uzbekistan, and similar manuscripts are also available in our libraries throughout India. And the translation and revival of this whole shared heritage it should be our goal. And beside that, there are many stories. For example, there is one Qabristan-e-Hindi near Bukhara. Mahmud Pahalwan of Khiva, he had relations and particularly visited India. Al-Biruni, who was from nearby Kharazm, Khiva region, and who visited India, and we know how he influenced the whole Indology. I will come to that. Ulugh Beg was not only a king, but also a great astronomer, and even his writings in his books were available and research. And there was Sawai Jai Singh of India from Jaipur, who himself wrote a book, Jiz Muhammad Shahi, and he was very much influenced by Ulugh Beg. And as I mentioned, Sufism, Naqshbandiya tradition, Similarly, Amir Khusro, Jami, Jamali. Jami was a great writer, and Amir Sher Ali Nawai, and they had connects with Indian writers, particularly Jamaluddin Jamali of Delhi and Mahmud Begra of South. And there are letters available written by them to each other, and that highlights the connect between the two regions and our scholars and the scholars of Central Asia and particularly Uzbekistan. We know about Guru Nanak, a great mystic from India, the founder of Sikh religion. And there are historical evidences that he also visited those places, and he was in contact with Jamali and other scholars, and also the scholars from Central Asia. There are three great Persian poets, Amir Khusro, Bedil, and Ghalib. And it is said that, and there are historical evidences, that they came from the Shahr-e-Sabz area. Or, for example, Ghalib says, I become as Jamaat-e Atrak, and he basically hints towards that region. Many in Samarkand area, they believe that he was from the Samarkand. So these are, and historically, if we see the early Turk rulers from, you can say, slave dynasty to Khiljis to Tughlaqs and later the Mughals, they also historically belong to these areas, and these are our whole shared heritage. Abu Rehan al-Biruni, as we know, he was one of the rarest prodigious mind of all time and a great writer, astronomer. And by writing, he basically was attracted towards India to study mathematics and astronomy. And during his stay near Kabul, he studied first Sanskrit there. There were Sanskrit scholars, and then came to India and stayed for 10 years, visited almost whole northwestern part of India, including Kashmir and Punjab. And the kind of the vivid description he has given about the Indian culture, religion, and all is considered the earliest, most authentic source of Indian history and society and culture. So though there were many travelers and scholars earlier also, including Greek, Chinese, like Megasthenes, Wensang, and Arab travelers like Abu Zaid Hassan Serafi or Abu Zulf or Buzurg Shahryar and Al-Masudi, Al-Maqdisi. But the kind of and the kind of information given by al-Biruni is unparalleled in the whole history. So still, we have already 1,000 years of this tradition. Similarly, Rumi, a great poet, though he was from Balkh, but as we know in India, in the Sufi tradition, there is another tradition which came, Naqshbandiya tradition, to India through Baqi Billah. And we know the Naqshbandiya Sufis had a great admiration for the writing, and particularly the Masnavi of Rumi, and all they use to explain and this Masnavi of Rumi. So this tradition has been also very rich in our country. And we know that great Sufi Shaykh Sarhindi was a disciple of Baqi Billah, who came from Bukhara and was one of the Sufis of the Haft, one of the disciples of the Haft Khajgan of Bukhara. So similarly, we, as I mentioned, Amir Sher Ali Nawai, a cultural literary icon of Uzbek region. He was similarly greatly influenced by Amir Khusro, our poet from Delhi, who was also a descendant from the same area, from the Shahrisabz area. So and Amir Sher Ali Nawai has followed the style of Amir Khusro in his writing, his Khamsa, and also in his poetry in Persian as well as in Uzbeki. And Bedil is also said to be, his ancestors came to India. He is a great cultural icon, not only in Central Asia, but in the whole Persian world, contemporary Persian world, and even in the West, he is being rediscovered. So, and he was from India. So, and similarly, as I mentioned, Ghalib, Mirza Ghalib. So I think there are these are the points which and these are the connecting historical, cultural connecting points which we should look into, and to I think the scholars of both the regions can be involved and engaged to revive and to re-look into it. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Professor Ahmed, for this peep into the past, the strong linkages which Indian subcontinent has had with the present day Central Asia, dating back to the Buddhist period, and then Guru Nanak's visits there. And interesting, you mentioned that perhaps Ghalib's ancestors came from Shahrisabz, because this is new to me, and certainly requires more research. And of course, Al-Biruni's observations and book on India is the best historical record of that period, which is has so much of information of Indian society and living and languages and all that. And it is really about to study. So thank you very much. I now invite Ambassador Abdul Samad Hadirov, professor at Tashkent State University of Oriental Studies, for his remarks. Ambassador
Thank
Hadirov.
you very much, Mr. Chairman. Building up social ties is a very vast but interesting sphere of bilateral relations. And that's why my remarks will be dedicated to the main objectives and contribution of social ties to the development of bilateral relations. Building up social ties apparently can be considered as a tool for the social, cultural, and economic development of the country and its relations with foreign states. In our opinion, building up social ties in modern conditions make it possible to analyze the current state of affairs in bilateral relations, provides explanations for existing problems, and also opens up prospects for the development of these ties. At its core, building up of social ties is a new form of bilateral cooperation. If we talk about the objectives of the building up social ties, then this form of cooperation can be used to obtain available information about the development of our countries, exchange new experiences, new ideas, and knowledge. It seems that well-established social ties can influence the formation and development of bilateral relations and become the basis for cooperation between think tanks and contribute to the economic development of the parties involved. It seems that the main values that should be laid down in the establishment of social ties are cooperation, friendship, and mutual understanding between our peoples. Building up of social ties should not be limited to the establishment of contacts between the think tanks and scientific centers dealing with issues of international relations. These ties may include friendships and contacts in the fields of culture, science, medicine, economics, ecology, etc., at personal and institutional levels. In our opinion, these ties, both at institutional and personal levels, have begun to form only with the independence of Uzbekistan, and this process continues. The current insufficient level of development affects the poor awareness of all parties or participants of bilateral relations about the capacities of the parties. I think our bilateral Uzbekistan-India relations might be more developed and more advanced, and it depends on the dedication of our sides to build up social ties. Of course, any process has its own features, and build up social ties also has its own specifics. A unique characteristic of social ties is also its social orientation and openness. Participants of social relations, regardless of their gender, age, profession, social status, religion, feel themselves an integral part of bilateral relations and can actively develop cooperation at the professional, at the personal or civil level. Building up of social ties, in our opinion, may contribute to manifestation of tolerance and respect for cultural diversion, values and traditions of both sides. But building up social ties will contribute, first of all, to the development of cultural exchange, secondly, to economic relations, and thirdly, to the preservation of historical ties. In addition, the establishment of social ties will facilitate the exchange of experience in order to solve pressing problems facing think tanks and organizations. In our opinion, the establishment of social ties between the think tanks of both sides will also contribute to strengthening of mutual understanding and trust. Discussion of foreign policy and international relation issues at the level of not only diplomats, but also ordinary internet and mobile phone users can contribute to the formation of an atmosphere of trust in international relations. In this context, social networks or social media diplomacy will contribute to the formation of a unified information space. In this regard, the use of information and communication technologies, including social networks and other media platforms and the global network, will undoubtedly help our countries to better communicate on the development of bilateral relations. Today, Internet allows us to contact a person directly. Leaders can communicate directly. At the same time, in our view, comprehensive research aimed at studying social ties as a tool for the development of public diplomacy hasn't been conducted yet in our countries. Social, cultural, economic, and political factors that can contribute to or hinder the development of social ties or think tanks and research centers haven't been identified. Efforts haven't been made to create an optimal model of these ties. All these problems are likely to be investigated in the process of further building up social ties. In addition, building up of social ties can be considered as an integral part of public diplomacy or soft power. Communication of citizens and cooperation at the transnational level contributes to changing the attitude of some states to others and can change the points of views and perception of reality by scientific communities within the framework of bilateral relations. Nevertheless, the following theses can now be distinguished, which may be inherited to social ties. First of all, social ties can be most effective if there are already existing bilateral relations. Secondly, social ties contribute to the development of both social, cultural, and economic ties. Building up of social ties is one of the effective tools of both para-diplomacy and soft power. In general, the following conclusion can be drawn. Building up of social ties will undoubtedly promote cooperation in the fields of economic and social cultural development, can minimize risk, and increase the chance of success of economic and other bilateral programs by raising awareness of the interests and capabilities of the parties, establishing contact between the think tanks and scientific circles of the parties. Building up of social ties will increase the level of knowledge of young people, introduce them to the social environment, increase interest in investment, and form a new pool of specialists to create optimal conditions and resources for their implementation. Summing up the above, it can be noted that building up social ties is one of the potential tools for establishing economic and para-diplomatic relations. The need for establishment of which is very obvious today. I think that today's meeting can be a good incentive for further development of social ties between our countries and our think tanks, and it will meet the interests of our countries. Moreover, it will also contribute to the interconnectivity of Central and South Asia region. Thank you very much. And using this opportunity, I would like to congratulate all our Indian colleagues with forthcoming national holiday, Republic Day of India. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Azarov, for your very thoughtful remarks. And thanks for your greetings on our forthcoming Republic Day on 26th of January. And you are very right in observing that social ties are really a new form of bilateral ties, and they need to be nurtured and promoted. And across the society, on all sections of the society, among our people, whether it's students, intellectuals, businessmen, doctors, professionals. And already a base exists, but it needs to be expanded. And we will also totally agree, both India and Uzbekistan are secular republics, that there should be respect of cultural diversity. And we, in those principles, we are together. So thank you very much. And I now invite Dr. Meena Singh Roy, head of West and Central Asia Center, Tilotoma Foundation. And earlier she was head of West Asia Center at Institute of Defense Studies and Analysis. Dr. Roy, please.
Thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity. And let me at the outset, thank DGICWA, Mrs. Thakur and Athar for roping me into this very important forum. And having, visited Uzbekistan so many times, I've lost the count of it. And, also pushing me to, move from strategic and security to the social dimension of the relationship. And as, we have heard, sir, that, everybody, in the world, I mean, there have been a landmark developments in past which have pushed the countries to recraft and readjust their, foreign policy approach to have a much more meaningful cooperation in keeping the new developments and the challenges. And as far as my short presentation is concerned, I've sort of divided it into three parts, giving certain, coming from the academic background, we can't disassociate ourselves with the conceptual frameworks. And then, what are the various elements of the social ties and engagement that we are going to talk about. And finally, these forums are also about suggestions and recommendations. So how do we make, a better, engagement in terms of what are the proposals that I have, or some suggestions that come to my mind, I would put them across. If we look at the bilateral relationship today, I would term it as a golden period of India-Uzbek relationship in present context, whether we are talking about the political ties, whether we're talking about the strategic cooperation, whether we're talking about, yes, there are some challenges which have been, pointed out on the economic leg of our cooperation. But we have a very, very strong foundation on which, as you very rightly said, sir, that is the basis of our cooperation. So let me, just say, what are the major, elements and the factors which drive any bilateral engagement? So for me, I think these are 6 important factors which drive a bilateral relationship. The first and the foremost is the historical connect. Much has been said about it. The second is the geographical proximity. The third are the common interest, whether we're talking about economic, political, or strategic, which drive the two nations to work together. And the other is the political will on part of both the countries. The other important aspect is the personality factor, the leadership role. And finally, I would say no bilateral relations would, be developed in the fullest way, in the meaningful way, without people-to-people contact. And I think this is the most important aspect on which we need to focus, whether we call it a soft power or we call it people-to-people contact. But for me, all these elements that I've talked about, and as far as India-Uzbekistan relations are concerned, all of them have a positive note on it if we want to talk about it. So we have seen how the leadership in both the countries are very, very pragmatic, very, very enthusiastic about building, not only the bilateral, and also we have seen as to how the multilateral dimensions of the relationship with the region have evolved. So I thought, how do I construct this? Now, there are, for me, I think when we are talking about the social engagement, I'm looking at 8 important elements of it. And each one of them, and I think Ambassador, Khyberov very rightly said, unless we make use of the history and draw lessons and connect it with the contemporary situation to build your economic ties, to build your strategic ties, to build your other areas of cooperation that we're looking at, the sustainable development that each one of us have talked about. The first, I think, which comes to my mind is in these elements when we're talking about the social connect, is the youth, the power of the youth. And this is something we cannot ignore. The second area which elements which I would highlight is the education. So much has been said about it. And I would say when we're talking about education, it is not only the higher education, but also the connect between the schools, where the young minds are prepared to understand their neighbors in the neighborhood and the larger connects that we are talking about in the social arena. The third dimension, of course, is the element of the culture. And when we talk about culture, within culture, I would put art, music, sports, and entertainment. These are the elements that we need to look at when we are talking of building the social ties between the two countries. The role of the non-governmental organizations and their connect is also very, very important element in today's context. And being a woman, I cannot but talk about the role of women. The relationship between the professional and the non-professional is a very, very big. The role that the women have played, in past and in now, it cannot be ignored. So there has to be that connect between the women of two countries. The other important, element which I feel is the young political leadership of the two countries. Think tank, much has been said about it, but I think think tank are the nodal agencies which bring, the people together. And last but not least, I would say, is the role of media, the social connect. Media plays both. I would say the written, and the television and the other media. These are some elements which I thought I would like to highlight to basically see to it all the suggestions that I would now spell out. I think I was told 7 to 10 minutes is my slot. So there are some 11 suggestions which have come to my mind. And I would start with the first, where I say, we need to have innovative programs to support the education leadership capacity building. That is one. The second, I would say there is, need to initiate annual interaction of youth. Basically, the age group has to be 20 to 35. Now, if we are talking about the social connect, then we need to bring this particular dimension. This could be online or physical. I think the field trips, have a greater impact when we are talking about the people-to-people connect. But never mind, even if, for next 6 months or 7 months or 1 year, but it can be digital online. So this is one. I would say that, there has to be a greater interaction and visit of the school kids. Now, there are various programs within the school. I know the DPS has taken many cultural trips, to groups to Central Asia, but this has to be properly institutionalized. And here, I'm not talking about the Delhi-centric or Bombay-centric bigger cities. We need to, there is already, provincial connects that we see. So the schools from all over India, they need to be having an opportunity to visit, and this should be properly institutionalized for interaction between the children. One is at the higher level, Professor Tolipov has talked about the cooperation in the think tank, and that is where we are distinguished. But when we talk about the younger mind and how do we develop them, it is, you talk about the stories of Mullah Nasiruddin, and when you visit, Samarkand and Bukhara, then those stories come back to you. So the kids need to know these histories. So I would say that, there has to be a greater interaction. There are some which are ongoing, but I would say, this needs to be enhanced. I would also go ahead and say that we need to establish more, India chairs in Uzbekistan and Uzbek chairs in India. Now, this is not about JNU and Mumbai, but as I said, this should be, we have a very flourishing department in Amritsar. So there is Chandigarh, there is Patiala, there's Rajasthan region. So what I'm trying to say is that these are few things which have to be institutionalized and implemented in certain phased manner. We already have started cooperation, as I said, between the provinces. But this needs to be taken to certain institutions where I have visited myself in Fargana. For example, the music and sports, even in Tashkent, for example. So that exchange of the youth who want to, have that kind of an understanding and greater interaction, these are the areas where we need to give little more focus and, take it forward. If you're talking about the social connect, if you're talking about people-to-people connect. We also need to have greater cooperation, as I said, women. When I'm talking about women, I'm talking about the women doctors, I'm talking about the women lawyers. And I think one could think about certain workshops which can be initiated, in future when we are talking about enhancing future cooperation in building the social ties between the two countries. Media, as I said, I think, media, we all know there are some, people who are already annoyed by preparing documentaries, but we need to prepare more documentaries and exchange of those documentaries, in a certain phased ways when, situation is better. But even now, I'm told there are many documentaries and films which are being made and they're not, publicized in that sense. So there is a need, I think, to publicize these things, and none other than such forums can be place for propagating these things. Tourism, sir, you referred to tourism, and I think, this is one potential area where we need to probably, put a little more effort. Yes, there is already increase in the numbers, but this could be further, probably in the, as we said, in the post-pandemic, situation, things are going up and down. There are uncertainties, but this is the potential area. And we need to have an annual film festival of India-Uzbek, films. This I would suggest, and I hope one day we would start the annual, film festival of Indian films in Uzbekistan, Uzbek films in India, or both together, 1 year in India and 1 year in Uzbekistan. Bollywood plays a very, very important role. We all know, so you've also highlighted it. Now we talked about the potential areas, the green technology, the agriculture, but how do we do it? There was suggestion that, the farmers, and I do agree, the farmers from Haryana or from UP or from Bihar or from MP, they need to be, sent in a smaller groups. The common, farmers I'm talking about, who need to get those exposures, they need to be sent. And this could be sponsored by the bigger companies, finances are very, very important element, and I don't expect government to push for everything. And this is where I think the role of the private sector probably will come. And on think tank, much has been said. I would only say that think tanks actually can be the nodal agencies to, push such socio-political economic ties. I think I would stop here, sir. I've taken almost 8 to 10 minutes, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, but you have made very, very good suggestions, very practical suggestions. I think there must be more exchanges among youth of our two countries to visit each other, because there is some disconnect there. At the older generation in Uzbekistan and India, there is a very strong connection, but with the young generation, this needs to be nurtured. And film festivals are happening, but in the COVID time, nobody goes to the film theaters. So I suppose on streaming platforms, and there need to be more Uzbek TV productions or TV films on our streaming platforms. For instance, some Korean films and Korean serials have been very popular in India, among the masses. So something similar could be done for.
So has been the empire.
So it has been the empire, the Turkish thing. So thank you very much. I will not attempt to summarize the excellent presentations in the interest of time, but I thank all the panelists for their very thoughtful remarks, and I'm sure ICWA would be preparing a summary and giving it to the policy makers so that these can be implemented. Thank you very much. Atar, I'm handing it over back to you.
They said in the end. Okay, thank you, sir. Now we have come to the end of the discussion. So I will propose the vote of thanks now? Yeah, madam, I will say. Yeah, but before that, we will have the concluding remarks session, first by Ambassador Vijay Thakur Singh, Director General, Indian Council of World Affairs, and then by Ambassador Danyar Kurbanov, Director, Center for International Relations. Thank you. So may I invite Ambassador Vijay Thakur Singh to give the concluding remarks.
Well, we have come to the conclusion of a very engaging and very productive sessions. What can be considered to be the main takeaway for the third India-Uzbekistan think tank forum? To my mind, it is a very clear message of a very strong interest in strengthening bilateral ties from the side of both sides, from Indian side as well as from the Uzbekistan side. Now, the fortification of these ties will take place against the backdrop of three main trends. The first is that both the countries are pursuing very forward-looking policies designed for growth and development, whether it is the Atmanirbhar Bharat approach of India or the Uzbekistan development strategies. These provide many opportunities for two countries to work together in trade and investment in each other's countries. Second, we would be looking at promoting our relationship at a time when the impacts of climate change are very evident. So the new areas which open up for collaboration is those that we mentioned are solar power and an invite to the Uzbek side to join the International Solar Alliance. The third mega trend that we are working in the backdrop of is the technological trend. The world is today more and more dependent upon technology, and there is a greater reliance on technology for delivering many, many services and in fact providing connectivity. So as we discuss cooperation in IT sector and in the digital world, we also need to be wary of cyber security issues, because you do today have critical infrastructure which is dependent upon IT, and you have to be looking at cyber security issues at the same time. The other overarching theme that came out for putting India-Uzbek ties, and in fact ties between India and the Central Asian region, on a firmer footing is one on which our leadership on both sides have placed great emphasis, and that is interconnectivity. Interconnectivity between Central Asia and South Asia. But that requires, of course, one, that we look at connectivity in a very broad way. We look at connectivity from the sea routes, from the land route, and digital connectivity. But any connectivity that we work on, and we must work on connectivity, should take into account what is seamless transit transport issues. Because without that connectivity, the stability in the connectivity will not come forth. On the issue relating to trade and investment, of course, there is great scope and there is a great possibility of looking at it in fresh perspective. There are products, our trade is not growing, it's not reaching the target at the moment, but yes, the prospects are there. We need to look at how to diversify our trade baskets. There are some items which are ripe for trade, whether it is minerals or whether it is, was mentioned, fertilizers, in particular, I think it was ammonia nitrate that was mentioned. So we should look at items on which there is a possibility of growth. There is, of course, also the issues relating to signing of a PTA or working towards that. That suggestion was also made. The suggestions were also made for increasing investments. Uzbekistan is going forward in a number of areas where opportunities are there for Indian companies as well, whether it's pharmaceutical production, whether it's IT, whether it's banking, whether it's agrotechnology. All these are areas which can be where we can work together. But of course, we cannot be unmindful of practical issues, and we do hope that those issues will also be taken on board and addressed. One issue on which there was a passing reference, but which I would emphasize, is the need for the utilization of the lines of credit which have been extended by India to Uzbekistan. We should look at their utilization. The third issue on which we discussed was, of course, social ties. There can be no doubt that today soft power is a very powerful tool of diplomacy, and the whole objective of soft power is to promote foreign policy and bilateral relations. India and Uzbekistan are fortunate that we have a long civilizational and cultural history, and we can build on it to build the broadest possible people-to-people contacts. And that I think, both the ambassadors and the embassies and the two governments are very much focused on. I could say that as far as think tanks are concerned, we are happy that there was a general appreciation that there is interest in Central Asia amongst the think tanks in India. I can only say that that interest would be growing. ICW on its part is working towards signing and concluding another MOU with the Uzbek think tank, the International Institute for Central Asia. So there is a broadening of that as well. I agree, and that we will be looking at bringing a report together and putting it forward to the governments for consideration. But I can say our meeting has been extremely timely, because within a week from now, we would have the first India-South Asia Summit and India-Central Asia Summit. And that is a very important meeting that will take place on 27th of January. And I'm sure that that will give us more directions for strengthening the relationship. Thank you so much. It has been a pleasure to listen to everybody. I thank in particular Ambassador Dilshod Akhatov, Ambassador Manish Prabhat, Ambassador Kurbanov, and all the moderators and the participants for the very valuable suggestions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite Ambassador Danyar Kurbanov for his closing remarks. Thank you.
Microphone.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ambassador, for very good and detailed closing remarks. I'd like also to, first of all, thank all the participants for comments and very specific concrete ideas how to develop our cooperation and strategic partnership. And I'd like also congratulate all Indian participants with the Republic Day. Uzbekistan is interested in consistently building up mutual trade, expanding investment and cooperation ties with India. It's necessary to further improve the institutional trade and economic mechanisms, and it's also desirable to expand the range of Indian investments, as was mentioned by our participants, in the form of modern industrial production, technologies, and innovations. And of course, connectivity issue is a key for furthering our practical cooperation, especially trade and investment cooperation. And we also believe that digital connectivity is also very important. And Uzbekistan supports India's plans to develop Chabahar port and to make it a key hub for the North-South International Transport Corridor, which is especially important. And we are interested in developing transport and logistics cooperation between Uzbekistan, Iran, and India, and creating a joint logistic company for this purpose. We support India's initiative to develop cooperation within the framework of the India-Central Asia dialogue, bring it to the highest level of the heads of states and the governments, and its institutionalization. We attach particular importance to the cooperation within business communities of India and Central Asia in the format of India-Central Asia Business Council. And of course, issues of green development and digital cooperation especially important, and the participants supported the idea of development of cooperation with India on information technologies and creation of mechanisms, some groups, bilateral and as well as in the C5 plus India format. And the Uzbek side also stands for more active cooperation with India in the implementation of joint projects to study history and culture of Central Asia and India. And I was glad to hear from Indian and Uzbek participants brilliant reports on the history of our cultural ties, and these issues deserve more further development, further projects and support from the governments. Of course, the ties and cooperation, interaction between analytical communities, especially important because it is a very important intellectual resource for the development of bilateral cooperation and our interaction on the regional and international issues. India is an important partner in modernizing the economy of our country, supports the political and economic reforms underway in Uzbekistan, and assists in promoting regional initiatives of Tashkent. India's growing engagement with the Central Asian region could be a driver of greater connectivity between the two regions and contribute to the stabilization process in Afghanistan and in the region as a whole. To sum up, we can say that Uzbekistan and India have good prospects and opportunities for further deepening and building up practical cooperation in all spheres, promoting interaction at the regional level and in international organization. And I must say that there were a lot of very useful proposals and discussion on some obstacles to the bilateral cooperation. We believe that all these proposals deserve very detailed homework, and we will try to address, to clear some of the issues, and also we are going to report to our authorities, and we believe that the whole forum is very useful and important, especially on the eve of important events between Uzbekistan, India, and Central Asia. And I just wonder whether we have time to address the questions of Indian side on some issues, or if it is impossible, just
Ambassador, we very much would like to hear your views on Afghanistan and the developments in Kazakhstan.
As regards Kazakhstan, our position is to support, wholeheartedly support Kazakh partners, and also we especially important country for us, Kazakhstan and the whole region, because of our connectivity problems and great vast border with Kazakhstan, and we are united in the days of joy and sorrow, and we support our Kazakh brothers, and Uzbekistan's government support all the measures taken by President Tokayev to stabilize, to achieve stabilization of situation, and our president called President Tokayev and express our country's support, and we believe that it is we sure that the situation will be more and more stable, and we believe that there is no reason to think that it will be a great problem. I believe just we are going to further our bilateral and regional initiatives. We hope that this year the next consultative meeting of the heads of states will be held this year in Kyrgyzstan, and we, as regards your specific question about where it is domestic problems at the root of the conflict or some external intervention, I believe that we should just wait for the official results of Kazakh investigation, and we heard some already judgments from President Tokayev, and we have no ground to believe that he is not right. As regards Afghanistan, you know our position. We established contacts with the interim government of Taliban. We believe that we face a new political reality. We should work with this neighboring country, which also is very important, not only for Uzbekistan, but the whole Central Asia and South Asia also. And we believe that all countries in the two regions are interested in stabilization in Afghanistan, and it is much more important than the issues of ideology or domestic policy of the new regime. Of course, we also have some questions, and our officials discuss these issues with new authorities in Kabul. But at the same time, there is a very important and good potential for stabilization and cooperation with Afghanistan because of the new regions intention to develop regional cooperation. And I believe that they've already made some statements about cooperation with India also. And as regards the issues of transit between India and Central Asia, trade, transportation, logistics, and so on, I believe that it's especially important to build a railway through Kabul and Peshawar till India. And because even Indian experts believe that it is the shortest way from India to Central Asia. At the same time, we support transit through Iran. It is also very important. We shouldn't have only one option. So we believe that it's quite possible to cooperate. It should be regional cooperation. And at least every neighboring countries and regional countries are interested in peace and stability in Afghanistan. And that's why all our countries extend humanitarian aid to Afghanistan. And it's a very important development that Taliban authorities asked their Pakistani counterparts to let India transit wheat to Afghanistan through Pakistan. And it's also a very important development, which I believe also a sign of their more positive attitude towards regional cooperation and interregional connectivity. So thank you very much for your attention. And if there are some other questions, or maybe I also personally want to ask, we've noticed that last 2 years, maybe last year, there was the ceasefire agreement between India and Afghanistan was in place again. And is it possible to have more progress on at least economic cooperation between the two countries? Because it's especially important for our interregional cooperation.
Thank you very much for that briefing on Kazakhstan and also on developments in Afghanistan. Like Uzbekistan, we too are concerned about the humanitarian situation in Afghanistan, and India has provided medicines and wheat and others, and is working through providing wheat and others to Afghanistan. So therefore, as far as Afghanistan is concerned, there is undoubtedly the whole situation regarding the humanitarian situation, which requires all countries to work together. And we, as I had mentioned earlier, we look at Uzbekistan as a neighbor of Afghanistan to see how it can work with India to better reach the humanitarian assistance if it in some manner or the other. The second issue relating to Afghanistan, of course, is the issue about the impact it has had on the region in terms of peace and stability. There is, of course, there are a number of unaddressed issues in Afghanistan, and we cannot be unmindful of that. Primarily is the threat of terrorism and extremism. So that remains a threat to the broad stability of the region, and we we look at that and we cannot be unmindful of the threat that comes from that region, where today you're finding that drugs are back in business, and with the narco-terrorism again rising, I think it is an issue which we should be discussing between ourselves as well, because Afghanistan situation has impact on a very broad terminology. It's not Afghanistan alone. I think it is the region as a whole that we need to be looking at. And until in this region there is a retreat of terrorism, and in particular, you asked about our relationship with Pakistan. Yes, there's a ceasefire there. It was reactivated, but the point is that is there still terrorism emanating from that part of the world? And the categorical answer is that yes, there is terrorism emanating from that part of the world. So as we work towards addressing regional issues, I think we should put terrorism as one of the most foremost issues that are necessary for peace and stability in the region. So that is a broad perspective that I can share with you at this stage, Ambassador.
Yes, and we also, I should say that we also believe that it's the most important issue, because security is the highest priority. And we also believe that it's a common requirement from the international community towards a new regime in Afghanistan. And we also we believe that it's very important to strengthen our anti-terrorist capabilities, and we are doing this. And we also believe that we also still haven't recognized the government, the new interim government. And this is the common position of the international community. But at the same time, we believe that it's better to work on two tracks simultaneously to secure security issues and at the same time try to develop cooperation, involve Afghanistan in the regional ties. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ambassador. We've had a good discussion.
Vijay, could I make one short brief comment on the very interesting discussion that you and Ambassador Kurbanov have been having?
Sure.
Okay. So, you know what I wanted to say, Ambassador Kurbanov, you mentioned about the ceasefire that happened on the 25th of February last year. And that has been continuing. But as Ambassador Vijay Thakur Singh said, terror has not stopped. You asked about whether trade can continue. You see, Pakistan was not even extending the most favored nation treatment to India, which it is obliged to do, which it is mandated to do under the WTO rules. So for many, many years, so its new national security policy says that geoeconomics will guide it, but we don't see it on the ground, because we have offered to send 50,000 tons of wheat to Afghanistan for to ward off the humanitarian catastrophe that is there. But Pakistan is not even allowing that to go through. There are so many conditionalities. So we now are planning to reroute it through Chabahar and send it to Afghanistan. So when this comment was made that this connectivity that you are making to South Asia, please make sure, I think you will also have to work on it, because if you are going to spend $5 billion to set up the train connectivity from Termez to Mazar-e-Sharif to Kabul to Peshawar, then that it should not be limited only to Pakistan, but it should go forward to rest of South Asia, to India, to Bangladesh, and to the other countries. The last comment on Afghanistan is, you're very right, when your National Security Advisor was here on the 10th of November, your Foreign Minister was here on the 19th, 20th of December, the joint statement was that there has to be an inclusive government in Afghanistan with all the ethnic minorities and protecting the rights of women and girls, because only an inclusive government in Afghanistan will ensure peace. If it is a non-inclusive government, you will not have peace. And if you do not have peace in Afghanistan, that is going to be as dangerous for Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, the three countries that share borders, as it is for India. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Sure. Totally agree. This is our position. We also stand for inclusive government in Afghanistan, and we discuss these issues with the Kabul authorities.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, ma'am, for the closing remarks and also responses to the questions. It was very intense and engaging session. And as we come to the end of the forum, it's my pleasure to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of the Council. So I would like to express my gratitude to all eminent speakers of the opening session: Ambassador Manish Prabhat, Ambassador of India to Uzbekistan, Ambassador Dilshad Ahatov, Ambassador of Uzbekistan to India, and Mr. Ajamjan Mansurov, Ambassador Danyar Kulbanov, Director of the Center for International Relations Studies, Tashkent, and Director General of ICWA, Ambassador Vijay Thakur Singh. A special thanks to moderators and speakers of technical sessions for their statements, presentations, observations, and certainly the responses to the queries. We would like to thank the leadership at the Council, Ambassador Vijay Thakur Singh, Shri Somin Bhakti, and Ms. Nutan Kapoor Mahavar for their constant guidance and support to the event. We thank our Director Research, Dr. Nivedita Ray, and the research faculty, the IT team, and professionals, without whose support the webinar and who would not have been possible in the current conditions. I thank all the participants who had joined us today in the third India-Uzbekistan Think Tanks Forum and announced the end of the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rahmat.